never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Thursday. How about that? Means the weekend's on the horizon. How's your week going? Made it through Hump Day. It's all downhill from here, right? Yeah, quite the day. Oh, yeah, the pomp, the circumstance, Inauguration Day. So President Trump, former President Trump, now finds himself, in a place he hasn't been for a while, out of the White House, residing at his residence there in Florida for the first time in 4 years. Joe Biden spending his first night in the White House as the new president of the United States. Well, as anticipated, Joe didn't waste any time. Immediately after being sworn in, here come some of the executive orders. What all did he actually rescind as far as Trump administration rulings this past day? There were a number, and there's a whole bunch more to come. I believe he did not waste any time. We've jumped back in to the Paris Climate Accord. Yeah, get ready for some sort of at least a piece of the Green New Deal that's coming down the pike. Orders on immigration, I believe, were in the mix this past day as well. Already starting down that pathway to citizenship for millions of individuals illegally in the country. We'll get into all that as we make our way here into the 21st day of January, the day after Inauguration Day. All right. Meanwhile, we like to take a look at our travelers' weather around the country. It has been a very active weather week. The winds have finally begun to die down there in California, but not before what they're described as extraordinary wind gusts spark fires, power outages across the state of California. Things will be improving, and actually a pattern that's going to be bringing more beneficial rain into portions of Southern California in the coming days. That's what's in the offing. Meanwhile, tonight we do have some rain in the mix. The good news, the cold air is a little bit too far to the north, so we're not really seeing frozen precipitation. But shower activity at this hour, stretching from central and eastern portions of Arkansas. We'll say about spotty showers through the northern half of Mississippi, northern portions of Alabama. Some of the rain's now pushing over into northwestern Georgia. From there, extending northward, you've got rain from Nashville back into Memphis, shower activity just to the south of Louisville, headed over toward Lexington. So as we progress through the night, it's going to be, you're traveling I-75 from Chattanooga to Knoxville to Louisville. It's that's the zone where you're probably going to be in the rain. Matter of fact, all the way down to the Atlanta metro area. But again, at least it's rain, not that frozen stuff. There's going to be some changes in the offing in the coming days. We've been kind of watching for this pattern change that's going to bring some more snowfall. First of all, some smaller storms, they call them Alberta Clippers, that are going to be pushing through parts of the Midwest and the Great Lakes. But they're now telling us there may be, if things come together as the models are depicting, we're going to have a big storm that may develop in the southern USA that could bring lots of moisture. When you get these storms that tap into the moisture from like the Gulf of Mexico and move up into the colder air further to the north, that's when you get your much more significant snow. But we start off with each of these little smaller, fast-moving Alberta Clipper-type storms. Again, they're weak, they're quick-moving, no moisture from the Gulf, no moisture from the Atlantic, but they grab a little bit of moisture from the waters of the Great Lakes. And usually at this point in the winter, there's a pretty good amount of ice on the lakes. But so far this winter, they're almost ice-free. Ice cover like less than 2% right now there in the Great Lakes. As the Clippers begin swinging through the region, we'll see some brief bursts of snow, some flurries or snow squalls rolling through parts of the Midwest and the interior Northeast. One of those Clippers made its way across the central Appalachians and the Great Lakes on Tuesday. We saw some flurries and some spotty light snow from that particular system extending into the I-95 corridor. Even some of the East Coast beaches got a little bit of snow on Wednesday morning there. Another Clipper's going to travel eastward later this week and into the first part of the weekend. That's expected to be a little bit stronger than this last one, but it's also tracking a bit further to the north. So that's going to keep the steady snow with that storm probably confined closer to the U.S.-Canadian border. We will watch for a round of lake effect snow to immediately trail that storm on into the weekend. And it may be somewhat more intense than the lake effects we've seen the first part of the week here. The rounds of lake effect alone into Friday night may unleash up to a couple of feet of snow in some areas downwind of the Great Lakes. Only the shifting nature of those lake effect snow bands would prevent amounts from being maybe even double that. But the pattern will bring periods of flurry, snow showers, and heavier snow squalls that may migrate well away from the Great Lakes. We could see some trouble on our highways in parts of the Ohio Valley, the central Appalachians, on over into interior New England. Then a quick burst of snow and the sudden change in visibility and road conditions. That can be very dangerous. We see our typical pile-up scenarios unfolding with these sort of deals. This weekend, the normal low temperatures would range from like 7 below zero at International Falls to 0 in Caribou, Maine. 16 in Chicago, 27 in New York City. Temperature departures are going to diminish around the Ohio Valley and the coastal mid-Atlantic. It's still going to feel colder, adding to the overall colder weather pattern. Breezy to even maybe windy conditions will be developing at times, which are going to make temperatures feel 10 to 20 degrees lower than the actual air temperature. We're going to see our first real shot of pretty cold air coming in. The way the atmosphere seems to be stacking up in terms of temperatures and different layers suggest we could see sleet, freezing rain involved with this storm, as well as snow in parts of the Central Plains to the Ohio Valley. According to AccuWeather, there's likely to be a second storm system further north that would tend to move along at a very swift pace. That northern feature probably going to bring a fast-moving batch of light to moderate snow scooting across the northern plains and the Great Lakes. Precip with this pair of storms indeed has the potential to affect some of our NFL conference championship games. You've got Green Bay and you've got Kansas City on Sunday. Snow is favored to be falling or moving out in Green Bay Sunday afternoon. Well, it may be a close call between rain or a wintry mix lingering around Kansas City as we look toward the other game Sunday evening. The exact timing and amounts from these storms, it's still several days away, so that's going to be coming into focus as we head through Thursday and into Friday. But the jet stream setup, shaping up for this weekend into early next week, is suggesting what they call an atmospheric roadblock that may prevent the southern storm and the precipitation associated with it from advancing too far to the north in the Midwest and the Northeast. But Arctic cold, which has for the most part been absent from the picture thus far this winter, may hold its ground. We could be looking for a troublesome amount of wintry mix to the Ohio Valley, the Central Appalachians, and the Mid-Atlantic region. And when they say a troublesome amount of wintry mix, that's typically when you're talking about the freezing rain, icing up the trees and the power lines and power outages. Meanwhile, the fast-moving northern storm that's likely to run on a schedule of 12 to 24 hours ahead of the southern storm, that has the potential to bring a period of snow all the way from the Dakotas on Saturday, the Great Lakes on Sunday, and then the Central Appalachians and the Mid-Atlantic, the upper Mid-Atlantic, probably by early on Monday. There's a quick look at some of our travelers' weather around the country as we roll into the early hours of a Thursday. All right, well, we've got it off and rolling. We'll get some of our industry headlines coming up here. And phone lines are open. If you'd like to chime in here, it's 844-3388. All right, let's jump right into it. I'll tell you what, we've got some callers that want to jump in right out of the box this morning. Surprise, surprise. It's about time people get the gist. Haven't spoke to this guy since our inaugural show, debut night. Hello, Big Ed.
Good morning, Mr. Steve. How you well, I ain't gonna ask.
How you doing?
Yeah, you doing just fine.
Yeah. Good to hear from you. What's happening?
I gotta tell you, Steve. Go ahead. I didn't mean that.
I said, good to hear from you. What's been going on?
Well, I appreciate it. I gotta tell you, I love the new format because I listen to you all day long. You know, I can pause you, get busy, pick you up, and just listen to the whole show.
Uh-huh.
And it just the way you guys got it set up, to me, it's just perfect. Can't be any more perfect. You know, I'm here last night, I was able to listen to an hour, and then so when I started listening to you today, I just went past that hour and picked you up and really, really enjoyed the program. I've really enjoyed just sitting back and listening to a lot of the old callers. Especially Cool Breeze, you know, the other night when y'all was bantering back and forth about the cold temperatures.
Yep.
And then and then Beaver Sniffer, is that his name?
Beaver Squeezer. Beaver Sniffer. hell's wrong with you, Ed?
He cracked. Hey, I'm sorry. No, sorry, I got the name wrong. I apologize. But I just say he really cracked me up last night. But anyway, okay, I got to tell you, do you feel violated over this politics and what have you?
Violated? Politics.
Well,
it is what it is. I mean, I'm not real happy with the way things are going.
Here's what's aggravating to me, okay? As much as I appreciate what President Trump did, his pardon, Steve Bannon, I'm sorry. To me, what was the rhyme and reason for that? That guy was a thief, Steve. He stole money under the false pretense of contributing to building a wall from people that had faith and belief in Donald Trump. Are you with me?
And Bannon actually did Trump wrong. He did Trump wrong. I mean, I was very surprised. I have no idea why he would have pardoned that guy.
That, out of everything that he's done, that just aggravated me to no end, and it's almost like I took it personal. How can you sit and hold yourself up that you're better than this, what we got stuck with now? And, you know, the swamp people, what we refer to as the swamp people.
Right.
And he is, President Trump is. But then to sit there and pardon a guy like that robbed from your people that had faith in you? Now, how do you justify? How do you even justify? How would I justify from now, the next 4 years, everybody saying, oh, well, President Trump needs to be the leader of a new party? Well, why would I want to follow somebody like that when he just proved to me in the one stroke of a pen that you ain't no better than that crowd you just left behind in Washington, D.C.? That's going to take an awful lot for me to want to even switch political affiliation, Steve, because the Republican Party stands for what it stands for. What good is it going to do the Republican Party to splinter off in these various groups? Oh, you might get 20 million members in the Patriot Party. Then you're going to have 20 million people over here, maybe 5 million over there.
Right.
What good are we going to do if we don't stay together as a strong, bonded, uniformed political party? And that's the Republican conservative right. To me, the only saving grace that we have is we do have a few conservative center Democrats. Do you agree?
There's a handful up there, and you've got plenty of rhinos. I'm just, some of the discussion this past day is with when they're talking about going ahead and proceeding with this impeachment trial in the Senate, and I think Rand Paul said if they go down that route, and there are some Republicans that are planning to go ahead and impeach a guy that's out of office. McConnell's one of those that sounds like he wants to proceed, but Rand Paul said it's going to destroy the Republican Party if they do this.
I think it will. I do. Well, yeah, I think you're right, Steve. But it all depends. First of all, Mitt Romney, hell, he might as well just change his party affiliation
Sure.
and going up to Democrats, because who in their right damn mind will ever vote for that guy? I don't care if he claims he's a Republican conservative or not. He is one of the big turds floating on top of the water. You know what I mean?
Right.
To me, we should just get behind these up and coming. I'm talking about people like me. I'm 63. So how many elections do I have left in my lifetime? Be more wisely getting behind these up and coming future Republican conservatives, such as Ted Cruz or DeSantis in Florida or Marco Rubio. What do you think, Steve? Are you going to switch party affiliations if they formed a Patriot Party?
Like I said, I don't think it would be in the best interest of the country. Personally, I think it would seal the fate of Democrats maintaining control forever.
Yes, I agree with that 100%. And so I don't think it's a wise idea.
Yeah.
If President Trump, if he wants to do something, to cement his legacy, I would continue to try to be, because right now he is the leader of the Republican Party, minus these old rhinos or whatever you want to call them, the old school swamp Republicans. He is the best leader that these younger Republicans can look to for guidance, and just kind of retire into being an elder statesman for the Republican Party for the future. I think that would be the best thing. That's my opinion, Steve. And so I appreciate you putting me on the first thing out of the box. And I'd like to say I just love the format y'all got set up, and love hearing the old guys, love hearing new people call in, and it's just an enjoyable program because you, Steve, you got a big role to fill. I'm assuming you understand that, right?
I don't know.
Hello?
What do you mean by that?
Well, you're a conservative talk show host, Steve.
Yeah.
Are you not?
Well, absolutely.
I mean, by the time
Absolutely.
the liberal left get through raping all these big names out there, you're going to be one of for the future of talk radio. For conservative talk radio, you my friend, are going to be the up and coming shining rising star. Who was it the other day that was? Oh gosh, I can't even think who it was. Talking about you being the first in the trucking community, if you will.
Yeah.
Being where we can see you on like a TV screen, a monitor.
That's a pretty cool thing. It's good to be the first out of the box there.
So So you, in a sense, you're making history, and you've seen since you were the producer for your dad how this all evolved. Talk radio and what the format that used to be for trucking, the trucking shows was just music, and once in a while you'd get a caller calling in. You remember how that used to be?
Absolutely, yeah.
And those guys in Texas, you might as well just. I mean, they're telling you how to think, talk, act, and walk, where you don't. You allow your callers. I feel like you are open-minded to let people call in and give their points of view, even though there's times you may not agree with them. But hey, how much more can a person ask for?
Right.
To me, you are the good cream that's coming to the top. So, Steve, I've said enough, and I'll visit with you later, my friend.
All right. Have a great night. Thanks for listening in. Thanks for supporting the show. Big Ed. Are you with? He didn't say it, did he? Are you with me? It is 20 past the hour. So Joe Biden signing 15 executive orders. Day number one. I mean, right after being sworn in this past day. Undoing policies put in place by Donald Trump and making his first moves on the pandemic, climate change, signing several actions in front of reporters in the Oval Office. Biden said there's no time to waste in issuing his executive orders, memorandums, directives. Some of the executive actions I'm signing or going to be signing today are to help change the course of the COVID crisis. We're going to combat climate change in the way that we haven't done so far. And we're going to advance racial equality and support other underserved communities, says Joe. And this is just the beginning. These are just the starting points. Now, Aide said the actions that he signed included a mask mandate on federal property and for federal employees, in order to establish a new White House office coordinating the response to coronavirus, halting the process of withdrawing from the World Health Organization, He signed a document to begin the process of re-entering the Paris Climate Accord, and he issued a sweeping order tackling climate change, including revoking the presidential permit granted for the Keystone XL pipeline. Among a raft of orders addressing immigration, Biden has already revoked Trump's emergency declaration that helped fund the construction of the border wall, ended a travel ban on some majority Muslim countries that have been in place for years now. And the day one plans just the start of what they're calling a flurry of executive actions that he's going to take, according to his press secretary. She says, in the coming days and week, we're going to be announcing additional executive actions that confront these challenges, and we're going to deliver on the president-elect's promises to the American people. Other actions may include revoking the ban on military service by transgender Americans, reversing a policy that blocks U.S. funding for programs overseas that are linked to abortion. On the economic front, Biden asked the Centers for Disease Control to extend a moratorium on evictions until the end of March, and the Department of Education to suspend student loan programs until the end of September. Again, that's more or less just the tip of the iceberg. And, one other here. The temporary moratorium. Here's when it comes to oil and gas leasing in Alaska's Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. He's halted that. A halt to oil activity in the refuge. Yeah, that along with all the other executive actions. Issuing leases had been a priority of the Trump administration, following a 2017 law calling for lease sales. For the Bureau of Land Management, the agency held the first leased sale for the coastal plain January 6, 8 days later. They said they signed leases for 9 different tracts that totaled about 685 square miles. The issuance of leases was not announced publicly until Tuesday, President Trump's last full day in office. Okay, so this individual that bought those lease contracts, Ellis Wooters, I said by email this past day, or she, I should say, she has not received anything on executive orders that pertain to the Anwar lease sales, but I'm sure she'll be receiving that information here in the coming days. All right, what are we looking at? About 25 past the hour. Let's jump back to the calls, and I believe Bill is up next with us. Hello, Bill.
How you doing, Steve?
Doing well. What's happening?
I'm trying to get my mom. She can't figure out how to get on your program, and she lives down in Tennessee, down there. But she's having trouble. I have to get with her because give her something to do to listen to besides, watch TV. But I was going to call in and say hi to her on the line, but she's having an issue. So.
Is she trying to watch like on like a computer, a laptop, or what's she using?
Probably her laptop.
Uh-huh.
I told her to click on the YouTube part of it, but she said she heard somebody on her talking, but she doesn't think she has the right program. So,
well, if we come online, we start the program at about 3 minutes before midnight, and until that time, the only thing you'd be able to hear was like the previous shows. So, like last night or the night before, the podcast kind of side. So we start the intro sounder, the intro bumper thing, at about 3 minutes. So that gives people some time to start logging in. Maybe she needs to back out and
So you think she's listened to yesterday's show? The end of it?
Probably, if she logged in, at 10 or 15 before the midnight hour, she would back out. And I mean, the easiest way to find the live stream is just go to facebook.com/hotshotsecret or go to youtube.com/hotshotsecret. And that's where you'll find the live streams.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll have to get with her on another night. But she usually stays up till 3 in the morning. So
Wow.
she's 78 years old. So yeah.
Yep. She's a night owl.
Oh yeah. Well, you know how it is when you retire. You sleep when you want and stay up late as you want. Yeah. But other than that, that's about all I had for you tonight. So
Okay.
we'll try again another night. See if we can get her in there.
All right, that's great. Yep, help her get it up and running. And we're going to have more options. Yeah, in fairly short order. In the coming days, you're going to see a lot of things changing. All right, got a couple from the email bag, which is steve@hotshotsecret.com. Got an email from Gary, our old pal Gary. He said it's Gary from L.A. That's Lower Alabama. Yeah, Gary used to call in from time to time. He said, I'm glad I did a search. I found your show. It's been a while, but I'm listening every night. I'm doing well, enjoying the retired life. Gary in Lower Alabama. All right. Then Miles says, great to hear you back on the air. Yeah, I got a question. Have you heard anything from Nitro? I really enjoyed when he would call into your show. Yeah, Nitro passed away. It's probably been, at least 2 years ago now? So, yeah, that was a sad one, but he came down with the lung cancer. He fought the fight, tried to go through some chemo, but just he couldn't take it. He quit the chemo, and I guess he hung on for about 8-10 months, something like that. So, all right, one more before we get a quick timeout. He called himself Welfare Ed. You remember old Welfare Ed? Today he's actually Uber Ed. And he said, Steve, I'm glad you're back. You know, there's a reason for what happened, and we just don't see it at the time, but it's always for the better. I've watched you at your new gig, and you sound like a lot happier. Now, I know you disagree with me on a lot of things. I just had to see how long I could get you to take the Welfare Ed bait, and you took it longer than I expected. All right, he had a few things to say about the minister, and he talks about why he believes I was let go from the previous gig, but yeah. Well, Uber Ed, it's actually, thank you for listening, Ed. He said, I can tell this is going to be a big thing, Steve. And thank you for Hotshot Secret giving you a chance. Just so you know who I am, my ex-wife and I went on the cruise with you back in 2005, before little Steven even graduated from high school. And we'll hope to go again with you one of these days. All right, Uber Ed, a.k.a. Welfare Ed. It's 844-844-3388. When lines become available, feel free to jump on. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Okay, right back at it here. Speaking of cruises, somewhere in the mix, I've got the scoop. It's going to be a while, but some of the cruise lines making plans to get back up and running. There's one, a cruise line I've never heard of. I think it was called Saga Cruise Lines. But they've made the announcement. You ain't going on a cruise unless you've taken the COVID vaccine. The first cruise line to officially come out and state it will be mandatory that you have taken the vaccination at least 2 weeks prior to going on the cruise. Will that be the coming trend from other cruise lines around the world? I have a sneaky suspicion that's going to be the case, to which I don't know if we'll be doing another cruise, because I can tell you one thing, my wife is not one to take shots. She hates needles. I mean, just absolutely paranoid of needles. Lucky to get her to actually let them draw blood when they need to do blood work. And she's not going to volunteer to take a COVID vaccine. As far as I'm concerned, I'm thinking, you know, I've said very clearly that right now I'm hesitant. I'm like so many others. It's so early on, and they've rushed this through so quickly. I may feel a bit more confident about it, say maybe 6 months from now or something like that, 6 months to a year from now, at which point I might take it. We'll just have to wait and see. Yeah, thing about it is, though, the bug's morphing and changing. And even those who had, they're saying right now, even those who've had the vaccine, that the new strain, I believe, coming out of South Africa that hasn't made it to the U.S. yet, but the way this thing works, it's almost inevitable that eventually it will, that you may come down with that strain even though you've had the vaccine. That's the whole thing about it. It almost sounds like they're going to have to be developing and changing vaccines almost like they do for the typical annual flu that we have go around every winter. You got the flu strain, the A strain. Then you've got the B strain. And last winter, I know both of those strains were going around in this country. I remember in this area that we had one big wave, a lot of people sick. It was, first of all, it was the A strain. Then the flu started dissipating, kind of going away. And next thing you know, the B strain is on a rampage. Sounds like the COVID-19 is going to be in a similar scenario, evolving, changing from month to month, year to year. I don't know what it's going to go, where it's going to go. But I digress. Let's get back to our calls here, and I guess it's the Chevy guy. Hey there.
Hello there, Mr. Overnight Drive. Thanks for letting me run the front door. Tim Scott, my senator, South Carolina. You know, I get it. You know, I don't get all. I'm being cool, man. I'm at peace. What it is what it is. No need getting angry. I ain't getting on there. I've reproved some people on my Facebook. Oh, you're not going to take up arms against the government. We're not going to go start shooting our own people. You know, it ain't worth that. I said, you know, we'll see what happens by the next election, which I believe the American citizen will not have a vote anymore as long as we have unverifiable ballots that they can be produced over and over and over again, and no way to check on who's doing the voting. But, well, yesterday morning, Senator Tim Scott puts out, we need. We're going to make sure the Republicans are going to make sure that the anti-abortion issues or illegal abortion is not funded, and it's good. I just said, you know, I read a little bit of the comments and they were true, and I agree. I mean, all it is in the middle of this mess, it's all he's trying to do is stir up some kind of support in the middle of this tragedy, really, for the Republican Party. And then finally, about after afternoon, he comes on there, we all must come together and support the new president and everything. And I went off on him. I just said, no. Said, you don't have any more power. I said, if you'd have spent less time, which he did. He put, when John Lewis passed away, he put in this great big thing about John Lewis and how he appreciated him, taking him on. And, you know, I said, hey, if you spent less time putting your nose up John Lewis's and got your face into Nancy Pelosi, you might have power today. Said, for the next 2 years, sir, you have no power. Everything you say is useless because you have absolutely no power. And you're useless to the people, the Republicans in South Carolina. So I think I'm going to delete the politician page. I even got Jim Clyburn come on. Now, you expect him, he's a Democrat. You expect him to be all joyless and everything because he got Biden up, running up on the front door when he comes to South Carolina. So I get that. I just keep on posting little pictures to show all the little interesting things the Democrats been doing. But no, we are where we are. We're still. I put out a post, and it's amazing how many people have commented on it. It's just amazing. I did it in the red. I said Trump. It's blind hatred for Trump, but what they don't realize we're not Trump's followers. We're Trump. He agrees with us, and that it was amazing how many people commented and hit liked on that. It's just, but it's true. I don't know. I don't know when where we're going to find another one that will get up there and work for the people. I got a kick out of that when one of his aides, it seems like a lot of people that went to work for him up there stabbed him in the back to get out of there.
Yep.
One of them was that advisor, and he said Trump spends all his time working to get reelected, and not taking care of business. Well, I'm sorry, it looked like Trump. His record shows that he took care of business. And if he was working to get reelected, what that means is he was making sure that all the promises he gave us that voted for him were getting fulfilled. So I just don't know who. Even Ted Cruz. I supported Ted Cruz over Trump and voted Trump because that's who I had to vote for. But man, I just who in the world is out there that could come close? Face it. They insulted this man. They called him everything in the book. It turned my stomach to see that picture of Biden and standing there and looking Kamala Harris standing there looking at the pool with all the COVID deaths and all these lanterns and giving all this number in a memorial. I wondered, well, right now Biden is be a good time to apologize for telling America that Donald J. Trump was a bigot, was a racist for shutting down flights from China.
Right.
Way ahead of you Democrats. So, well, hey, and I appreciate you letting me get on, and you know the difference between a conversationalist and a ranter. And when you feel like you need to cut me off, tell me, hey, listen to me, boy, listen to me. I got something to say here.
Well, sometimes you get on a roll, Chevy guy. When you're on a roll, you're talking common sense. So I appreciate that. But well, there you go. Copy in the mail, Chevy guy. Let me see here. Yes, Saga Cruises. They announced this past morning. For the first cruise line in the world to demand passengers get vaccinated ahead of boarding. Part of a number of new safety measures. Now, this particular cruise line is for, I guess, only for people over the age of 50. Like no kids. It's an adult cruise line. Mandating passengers have the vaccine 14 days before departure. Saga will also carry out pre-departure testing for all passengers. They're going to reduce capacity on both of their ships and enhanced cleaning. They're also pushing the restart date further out to May the 4th to allow passengers to get vaccinated in time for the cruise. Well, right now, people are having a hard time, for those that want it, having a hard time finding the vaccine. So it's going to take some time. Their statement, the health and safety of our customers always our number one priority. So we've taken made the decision to require everyone traveling with us to be fully vaccinated. Our customers want the reassurance of the vaccine and to know others traveling with them will be vaccinated as well. To allow our customers time to get vaccinated, we're moving the restart date for our travel businesses to the month of May. Now, most other cruise lines have released some detailed health and safety improvements on board, but Saga becomes the first one that has insisted on a vaccine ahead of travel. There's going to be more social distancing, which it feels kind of subtle on board. They're spacious ships. I'm looking at the photos. Pretty nice-looking ships, actually. But a cruise line I'm not familiar with. All right, let's get back to the phone lines here. Who's next up? Looks like our old pal Ranger Jack is on the line. Jack, you were with us on our last cruise. How's it going, Ranger Jack?
Oh, it's going good. Windy than a devil out here, Steve. Coming down 65 out of Chicago. Man, it's blowing everywhere. I think maybe that's some of that wind that come out of Biden today after he got nominated.
Right.
I just want to say thank God for Chris Kovarchik and Hot Shot Secret, and we're glad to see you and hear you back on the air. You're still not on. We can't get you live on the phones yet, huh?
Oh yeah, you can get it on the smartphone. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, if you go on to Facebook, just go on the smartphone, go to the Hot Shot Secret website, and you'll see the link there for the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. You catch us live. Yeah.
we have to get on Facebook though.
Well, Facebook, or you can
go
go to YouTube. You can go to the YouTube and go to Hot Shot Secrets YouTube page and listen to that live. Yeah, take your pick.
It'll be live and okay.
Yeah,
I thought maybe you weren't there yet. What was the thing about getting subscribers and stuff?
Well, if we can get the 1,000 people to go to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive YouTube page, then we can also start streaming live on that location. So the places where you can go to listen live are going to grow.
Okay. All right.
And they're also looking to put together an app. Everybody's familiar with apps. There's an app for everything. They're working to try to get us a Steve Sommers Overnight Drive app. So you'd be able to click on the app, and that would be really, really simple for a lot of people.
Yes, that's what we need. We're the what was you said?
Technologically challenged.
Technically challenged. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. But I'll tell you what, good. And we were so been out of shape whenever you went off, and they were saying about getting rid of that heart thing on app on the phone. I definitely got rid of it now because I kept it on there to listen to Willie Cunningham, but after the weekend when I heard him saying that he thought that Trump was responsible for that, that burnt me up. I couldn't believe that. A great American saying something like that.
Yeah.
Saying he believed that Trump caused that break into the Kremlin down there.
Yeah, the Capitol. Yep.
Yeah. Well, I call it the Kremlin. It's getting to where it's just. I mean, it may as well be the Kremlin. It's unbelievable. And then they're going to do the stuff they're doing to people like Ted Cruz. That he stood up and Hawley, I guess.
Yep.
They stood up, tried to get them to redo the thing. And
all they wanted them to do was make sure, and all they wanted was to make sure that everything was on the up and up. And what's wrong? I mean, that's what the American people want. They want to be confident that there was no shenanigans going on, and that it would have taken a little bit of time, but that was all they were asking for. Let's make sure we've got the truth.
Right. No, these companies are coming out. They're taking their funding away from them, and they want them to step down. And I just hope that the 75 million or 80 million, whatever, I know it was more than 75 million voted for Trump. I hope they retaliate and take some of the business off of them people. They don't deserve to be in business. The same thing with what they're doing to Mike Lindell now.
Yeah.
Bath and Beyond, and some of the other ones are doing. It's just. I'll tell you what. Prayers are out that we make it through the next 2 years, and that we'll be able to turn stuff around. But I tell you what, it's just unbelievable. Like McConnell, all them guys. It's just, I knew they were backstabbers,
Mm-hmm.
They're just in there. It's unbelievable, Steve. But we're good. We're glad to hear you and glad to have you back. And like I said, thank God for you and Steve Kowalczyk and Hot Shot Secret. And they definitely got our business.
All right. Well, tell Lucky Penny we said hello, and you guys be safe out there.
I'll do that. She said, "Did you call Steve?" I said, "Well, I got a guy. I don't know what to do." She said, "You just call this number here." So anyway, but how's the family? Stephen and
doing well.
Everybody else.
Everybody doing good. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Do you have a long trip to where you have to go now to do your show?
No, we're still in Cincinnati, so it's very convenient. Yep.
Still in Cincinnati?
Yep.
Okay, your studio's there in Cincinnati?
Correct. Yes.
All right, that's good deal.
I mean,
good deal. Thank
that'd
God.
be a hell of a
Steve,
drive to drive all the way up to Mount Gilead every night. That'd be a pretty long commute, Ranger Jack.
Yeah, well, that's I didn't know. Yeah, I know. That's what I was worried whether you had gotten the studios transferred down there. That's good. That, like I say, we're our prayers out there for you and Hot Shot Secret Team, and we love you, man.
All right.
Take care.
Well, thank you for being a part of the show. Thanks for listening in, and you know the drill. You can chime in anytime. I don't see any wind advisories for places like Chicago. We're still dealing with some big time winds out in especially southeastern Wyoming. Much of Wyoming has wind advisories. But when you get the high wind warnings, which are in place, stretching from, from Rawlins, Wyoming, to Medicine Bow, down to Centennial, over to Laramie and Cheyenne, on up into Wheatland, Glendo, Torrington. That's the zone in southeastern portions of Wyoming. And the warnings are in effect until 11 o'clock in the morning Mountain Time here on Thursday. Now, winds 35 to 45 miles per hour sustained, gusting to 60, 70 miles per hour, with some local gusts in the 70 to 80 mile per hour range. Arlington and Elk Mountain along the Interstate 80 corridor between Laramie and Rawlins. Bordeaux along the I-25 corridor between Chugwater and Wheatland. The South Laramie Range and the adjacent foothills, including Interstate 80 between Laramie and Cheyenne, Interstate 25 near Wyoming Hill and Whitaker. The impacts, of course, primarily, it's on people like you that are moving freight. Yeah, strong crosswinds will be hazardous to lightweight and high-profile vehicles. So campers, tractor-trailers, there will be a high risk for blowovers. Your strongest wind gusts are going to occur during the daylight hours. Well, that was for Wednesday and into the evening hours, so like right now. All right, so the winds kicked in there on Wednesday afternoon, but still blowing tonight. So there's a couple of other areas. Again, there's wind advisories, much more widespread for like the 30 to 40 mile per hour winds, gusting to 50, 60. But the high wind warnings pretty much confined to southeastern portions of Wyoming. Okay, let's get back to it here. It's 844-844-3388. Let's jump to the Big Moose on the loose. Hey, good morning.
Good morning, my friend. How are you?
Doing fine.
Oh, good. Well, I tell you what, I just, I didn't get much sleep yesterday. I'm about sick over this whole thing.
Oh, boy.
You know, all these immediate executive actions, executive orders, jumping right back into the same fire we just spent the last 4 years crawling out of. You know, we're going to see a spike in fuel prices. This $15 minimum wage is going to have the price of a hamburger up to $20. Ain't going to be able to afford to do nothing. And everybody's still talking about we'll vote them out next time. Well, I guess I got news for you. You're going to have to convince me that the American people still got a voice in the form of a vote. Because I tell you what, I think they nullified and cemented the fact that there ain't no such thing as the American vote anymore. Because like I said, they'll just show up with another truckload of ballots fixed for whoever they want, and that's what we're going to have to swallow.
Yep.
And people say I'm paranoid, you know. Well, you know what? No, you know, but yeah. Failing to prepare is prepared to fail, you know, and, you know, this is, I can see the writing on the wall. We got all these refugees coming in. Here's an idea. Why don't all these people with these Biden-Harris signs in their yard replace those Biden-Harris signs with welcome signs, and all these immigrants that are going to pour in here, just find a yard with a Biden-Harris sign in it and move on in. Feel free to crap in the yard and kill and eat any house pet you might find in there, but those people would love to have you.
Wow.
You know? And I just stay so frustrated all the time. Oh, well, there ain't nothing we can do about it. There ain't nothing we can do about it. Well, it may be true. And starting a fight won't solve nothing. That's true too. But I tell you one thing, I'll sure by God finish one. I'm going to protect what's mine. I've worked blood, sweat, and tears to have what little bit I got, and by God, I'm cut in, and I'm going to defend every inch of it. Right down to every round of ammunition I own, every blade of grass that I mow, everything else. If it's mine, I'm going to defend it. If they want to come to my house and start something, they're going to have a fight on their hands, the likes that hasn't been seen since Antietam. I mean, I'm not going to take it. No, I'm not going to start nothing, but by God, I'll sure finish it.
I hear you. Yeah.
I'm not going to let anybody take anything away from me no more. And I have permanently deleted my Facebook accounts. I'm not going to be censored by the likes of some little pencil neck geek who wants to sit up there and plead the fifth all the time and get away with murder. I'm getting off of this mainstream media. I'm tired of listening to the lie. I'm tired of them perpetuating the lie. I am just going to, like I said, I'm going to cut in, and I'm not putting my head in the sand. I'm going to watch and wait. I'm going to trim my proverbial wick because, like I said, I'm not going to start no fight, but if somebody wants to come looking, I'm going to be ready for them. And I tell you something about me. I've had my tail whipped a few times when I wasn't expecting it. I ain't never lost a fight I went looking for.
There you go.
And I ain't got enough time left to worry about 2 years from now, 4 years from now, 8 years from now. I'm worried about right now. And all of these Antifa and all of these, rejects that want to stir the pot, well, you better stir it somewhere else. Because here in God's country, me and old Sam and Smith and Wesson going to be waiting on you because I ain't going to start no fight. But like I said, I'll damn sure finish one. And with that, I say keep it between the spotted and the solid, and we'll catch you on the flip side.
Well, there you go. The Big Moose is on a roll, and he's a little hot under the collar about this whole election thing. But, hey, thanks so much for the call. It's several lines open here. Jump on in. It's 844-844-3388. Well, Democrats claimed control of the Senate by the thinnest possible margin this past day as Vice President Kamala Harris swore in 3 new Democrat senators, bringing the Republicans and Democrats to an even 50-50 split in the chamber. Harris appearing in her role as the Senate president just hours after the inauguration. She will serve as tiebreaker, which means her party has a 1-vote majority. Thus, they have the power to set the agenda in the Senate committees and on the Senate floor. The changing of the guard took second billing to Joe Biden's ascension to the White House, but with Democrats already in control of the House, the transition in the Senate holds enormous implications for Biden's ability to staff executive agencies and pass legislation at the dawn of his presidency. Chuck Schumer will now be majority leader. Mitch McConnell will be the minority leader. Chuck has laid out ambitious goals for the opening weeks of the new Senate. They're planning to go on a roll, balancing the need to confirm Biden's most important nominees with the new president's desire to pass another pandemic relief bill at the cost of nearly $2 trillion. Meanwhile, Schumer expects to conduct an impeachment trial for Donald Trump, who stands accused of fomenting the mob attack on the Capitol 2 weeks ago. Rising for the first time as majority leader, Schumer pledging to do business differently and to take action to combat racial injustice, economic inequality, climate change. The Senate is going to legislate, according to Chuck. A dig at Republicans who focused on confirming Trump nominees. It's going to be interesting days ahead, to say the least. But we'll pause here. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, we return with round number 2. Hour number 2 here on a Thursday. Thursday coming on. So we'll be wrapping up the work week in short order. Hope your week's going well. Yeah, interesting times we live in. Our number is 844-844-3388. Very simple to remember. So with Joe Biden inaugurated this past day, 46th President of the United States, he issued a regulatory freeze, a memo to pause any new regulations from moving forward. The story from Landline this past day, under some of the trucking industry headlines, according to the memorandum, the action was taken to give the incoming administration the opportunity to review any regulations that the Trump administration tried to finalize in its final days. According to multiple reports, this one says Biden was expected to sign 17 executive actions. Regulatory freezes are fairly common when a new administration takes office. In late December, the incoming White House press secretary, Jen Psaki, hinted that the Department of Labor's rule on worker classification would likely be a target. Department of Labor announced in September it was proposing a worker classification rule to address a hot-button issue that has had ramifications on a variety of workers, from truck drivers to gig economy drivers and freelance writers. Final rule was published on January 7th and was presumed to go in effect on March the 8th. If it takes effect, the rule will make it easier to misclassify employees as independent contractors, costing workers more than $3.7 billion annually. Now, the memo would prioritize, potentially freeze this rule and not allow it to be implemented. A focus of the rule would be the adoption of an economic reality test. Remember, in trucking, this is the big thing. It started in California. They had what they called the ABC test. And if you fit those criteria, you'd be not considered an independent contractor. The final rule explains that independent contractors are workers who, as a matter of economic reality, are in business for themselves as opposed to being economically dependent on the potential employer for work. The final rule also explains that the inquiry into economic dependence is conducted by applying several factors, with no one factor being dispositive, and that actual practices are entitled to greater weight than what may be contractually or theoretically possible. It sounds somewhat like Greek, but yes, we've talked about that off and on for the last several years, where California implemented the ABC test. To some extent, it seemed as though it was going to put independent contractors out of business or unable to operate in California. If they did that on a nationwide basis, big time ramifications. But with that, let's get back to our calls. Got a couple lines available here, but I spent some time this past morning watching a guy in shorts and a tank top, watching the Steve Sommers overnight drive, talking about trucks and boats and engines and additives. That was pretty wild, Cue Ball. That was the opening night you did that. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, I did. I was trying to get you, get you a little bit more well known where you're currently at. So
I mean, based on what
the fact you're over here now,
based on what I was seeing, Cue Ball,
go ahead.
You started up your own YouTube channel thing. You got a lot of people that follow that. I mean, just for a guy sitting there talking in his living room, how did you get so many subscribers?
You're gonna laugh at this, Steve, but I used to call you very regularly, and then I started up my custom car shop and was struggling with that, but also I was trying to get custody of my son, so I couldn't drive full time. Now, at that point, I had my truck that was paid off, so I didn't have to worry about truck payments. So I was trucking about half the time, in the shop the other time, trying to make it work. This way I could be home more and get custody of my son, which I did. During that time, to push the shop, I started up a YouTube channel and started doing automotive content with it. Well, the pandemic hit. Well, at this point, it was like, okay, I can't do car shows anymore. I really can't. Like, what kind of content do I have? So I said, okay, I never in a million years thought anybody would want to watch a guy driving around in an 84 Peterbilt cab over. But they did. So when I started putting the truck on the channel, all of a sudden the views went crazy, at least for me. So I was like, wow, all of a sudden I had no idea that my automotive channel, which I still do automotive stuff, would primarily become a trucking channel. That was not at all intended, but that's what happened. So,
well, I guess it's worked out well for you. It's worked out well, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. Yes, it has so far. I'm very impressed with it. So now it's like I have. It's kind of like I never intended on the majority of my content becoming me driving. So now it's like, okay, as much as I wanted to get away from trucking, now not only does trucking help keep me, in groceries, but now the YouTube channel based on trucking keeps me in groceries, meaning I'll truck till I die now. I guess it was a blessing and a curse at the same time, but I'm sure as hell not going to complain.
Very good. Yeah.
So, but yeah, I did that the first night there to try to get to get people to know where you are at. And I'm very grateful to have, similar in your situation. I'm very grateful I have anybody that wants to pay attention to anything I've ever said. So now on my channel, I keep the politics away. It's all about entertainment. But you're a talk show host, so it seems like now you have, not going to say unrestricted, but you sure as heck don't have the dog collar getting yanked so often. That's a good thing.
Right. Correct. Yeah. And hopefully it stays that way. I don't know the direction things are going with this social media and all that, but we shall see.
I'll tell you, that's a scary thought in and of itself. But we do what you can. It was I called today because I figured, okay, let me get into it a little bit. Did you see the full video of Trump's send-off? Said he will be back in some form, and another quote that he said towards the end of the whole speech, where basically he's not done. He's just figuring out what he can do. But on his departure, as soon as Air Force One starts to pull off, they hit the song My Way by Frank Sinatra. And if you watch the plane leave as the song carries on and then taxi on down towards the runway, the song plays on. And right at the perfect time towards the end of the song is when the pilot hits the throttles and the plane accelerates. As you watch the wheels actually leave the ground is right when the song ends and the last little bit of music plays is the plane gently banks to the right and climbs up into the air.
Wow.
I've never seen an elephant tap dance, but I saw 747 dance. I thought that was an amazing feat. I'm not a pilot. I'm a truck driver and a car builder. But I can only imagine what it took to choreograph the taxi and takeoff to a song. That had to be some talent right there.
That's pretty wild. Yeah, I'm saying I'm going to have to go and try to find that in the archives or whatever. I'm sure it'll be available. So.
Yeah, it's on the Fox News channel's YouTube channel, and like I said, the speech starts at right about 44 minutes, and just watch it till the end. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. I thought it was quite amazing.
Wow.
So, do you think you've seen the last of Donald Trump, or do you think he's just beginning, as he says?
I don't know that he's going away. I mean, he's got so many people that admire him and feel that he's done so much good for the country in the past 4 years. I mean, what's your take on this whole discussion about the Patriot Party? You think he's going to do that?
Yes, sir. Well, here's what I hope. Okay, I remember calling in your show, man. Back in 15 when he was running, or 16, whatever the hell year it was, and I had said, if you give me a Jeb Bush or a Mitt Romney, I'm not going to vote for president. I'm going to vote down ballot from there down, but I'm not going to vote for president unless you give me an actual conservative as a Republican. That's what I had said then. I still feel the same way. When you look at how Republicans actually acted during the 4 years of Trump and how they turned their backs on him towards the last little bit of his presidency, I'm still feeling the same exact way. And I think he knows that. The Republicans would have never won if they put a Jeb Bush or a Mitt Romney.
Right.
In national contests like that, it was never going to happen. And even the rare times that they do win, they're completely ineffective in their policies while they are in, let's say, the presidency, or heck, even the majority of your congressmen or senators. They're just ineffective in getting anything done. So I think now, traditionally speaking, third parties always just divide the Republican Party and force a Democrat win. But if we're going to go down the toilet, let's go down a toilet with a Democrat at the helm. Because if you go down a toilet with a Republican at the helm, everybody goes the other direction, and then you're really screwed. So if you're going to go down a toilet, let Biden do it. I'd rather not go down a toilet, but if you're going to do it, let a Democrat do it.
Yeah, no doubt.
Now, if you take a Patriot Party led by Trump, you're going to get the majority of people that voted for Trump the first time, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, and so on, will follow him. At which point makes the Republican Party useless, which in reality, that's basically what they were anyway. At least all my life, all they've ever talked about was, we need a stronger Republican Party. How many years is that? I don't know, since Ronald Reagan, and I was a kid back then.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I see it. Other than Trump, I don't know who else can make a third party actually viable.
Yeah.
And I think he already knows. We've all seen the Republicans did not like him. The establishment did not like him. The Democrats, of course, hate him. And we don't have a Democrat Party like JFK was. We have straight socialist communist people. So what other choices do we have left? Now, of course, that's assuming we actually could have confidence in our votes.
Well, maybe when we get when we get a couple of years into this new administration, and we begin to see, and I'm confident we're going to see that the AOC crowd pushing Joe to go more and more toward the left. I don't think that he's all that much of a moderate as he tries to claim to be. But when they see and when they start to feel the implications of these socialistic policies, maybe some of them will see the light and maybe come back and say, well, you know what, Donald Trump wasn't all that bad. I was doing so much better under Donald Trump.
I think that's liably the case, or likely to be the case. The problem is, do you have faith in national elections anymore? Now, I believe in federalism, same as most conservatives. However, if you have 5 states with 5 major cities, you can turn a national vote completely sideways, which is what we saw. So all you needed was 5 cities, and you had the whole nation all completely upside down. So I don't know how much faith we have there, but I will say this. I don't see we have too much other choice, because look at it like this. FBI had that Hunter Biden laptop for over a year. They weren't going to push charges on that at all. What they were using, it was an ability to control rather than to prosecute any law breaking. I personally think that the FBI was holding on to that laptop to tell Biden, look, we're gonna install you as president. You're gonna tell this person to be your vice president. That way we have somebody completely unelected, and you're gonna dance the dance we tell you to dance. Because if you don't, we're gonna prosecute the hell out of your son. He knows that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we got right now. In my personal opinion, that's what we got. We have an installed administration, Absolutely installed. The FBI held onto that laptop for a year, didn't do spit with it. Anybody hear about a Durham report come out? Anybody? What Bill Barr accomplish in this time period? Nothing.
Yep. I mean, all
The
we
Department
had
of
so
Justice
much
is as useless as can
anticipation.
be.
We had so much anticipation. We waited and waited. Well, it's going to come out in the spring. Well, then it's going to come out in the summer, and we're not ready yet. And then you get a month away from the election and say, well, we can't release it because it might have implications on the election. Well, the election's over. 2 months now. Where is it? Whatever happened?
It's going to get buried. That's obvious. It's going to get buried. Listen, the FBI is as corrupt as the day it began. Okay, there's a reason why J. Edgar Hoover kept his job for up until the day he died. Okay, because he had weight on every single candidate ever ran for president, and he explained that to every president ever came into the Oval Office. He said it real clear, plain as day. So yeah, I don't think anything's changed since the day it was incepted. Nothing has changed. That's why, again, can anybody else give me a reason why he held on to that laptop for a year, didn't do spit about it?
Right.
And that's what we're facing. So until you get new blood, a new party with some stones and some moxie to actually shake things up and take care of business, you're going to see same old, same old. Biden's a puppet. He's going to do what he's told. Kamala's a puppet. She's going to do what she's told. And I don't see any good. I don't see anything good coming out of this.
Wow.
We're going to lose a lot of rights real quick. Oh wait, that's already started.
Day number one. Yep, and
long before day number one.
Just wait till they start going for they're going to do the assault weapons ban, or if they like to call them assault weapons, but the bans are coming. The magazine restrictions, probably a restriction on the amount of ammo you're like. That's all coming down.
What's that? I lost I had a boating accident. I lost signal too. What was that? Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh my. Yep. It's coming down the pike, cue ball. Well, thanks so much for dialing us up. I guess did you see my little message on your thing? I said thanks for trying to share that. It was kind of funny because when you were saying the Steve Sommers overnight drive, asking the truck drivers, do you know Steve? No. It seemed like nobody knew who the hell I was.
I hate to admit that, but yeah, that was like, wait a minute, how do you not know? But yeah, I guess some of the guys knew of your pop. But let's be frank, where you were was not exactly helping push the brand.
There you go.
Which unfortunately is very common with radio.
Yep, that's true. Well, that's going to change now. That's all changing.
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely. All right, man.
Thanks so much, cue ball. Yeah, have a great night. It's 25 past the hour, and yeah, for listeners of the program, and I can't tell you how many messages I got. Everybody wanting to thank Hot Shot Secret for taking on this venture to give my voice another opportunity to get out there and talk to the drivers and the people that work overnights. And they say I'm gonna start buying their products. And where can I find their product? It's available at many retailers around the country. Obviously, for the trucking community, you see it in the truck stops, TA, Petro, pilot locations, and you can always go to the website hotshotsecret.com. And Kyle set me up a coupon code, which is good for anyone to use on the hotshotsecret.com website. You can use the coupon code Overnight Drive, and that'll get you 10% off your order, again, for anyone. And don't forget, you can get an additional 10% off your order at hotshotsecret.com for active duty or retired military, first responders, and CDL holders, which that's many of you. So take advantage of the coupon code Overnight Drive. It's about 26 past the hour. Well, let's take a look at a couple of our industry headlines. First of all, we've got a driver being recognized for his bravery and driving skill for his actions when he encountered a wrong-way driver on a one-lane bridge. Florida-based truck driver Morgan Kirkland was recognized by the Truckload Carriers Association as a highway angel for his skill in preventing a deadly head-on collision while hauling hazmat, no less. According to the TCA, Kirkland was hauling a load of methanol eastbound on Highway 90 about 2 a.m. back in late September. This is down between Pensacola and Pace, Florida. Kirkland reached a bridge with only one operable lane due to damage that had been caused at that point by Hurricane Sally. There was usually a DOT person standing there monitoring the sides of the road so that no one would use them. However, Kirkland saw lights coming toward him in the rain and soon realized that a car traveling on the wrong side of the road was barreling toward him at full speed. Now, because there was a line of cars behind him, he didn't have many options for maneuvering his vehicle. I knew if I moved to the side of the road, those behind me would have been killed. They wouldn't have known what was coming. But I was able to get a third of my rig into the bad lane, but unfortunately it resulted in me pinning a vehicle between the bridge wall and the back of my highly explosive trailer. The wrong way vehicle, a Jeep, crashed into Kirkland's vehicle. It ripped the entire axle from under my trailer and just missed my tractor. It scraped along the side of the tank and took out the rear end of the trailer. Following the crash, Kirkland got out, went back to check on the Jeep driver who was conscious, and told him not to open his car door as it could cause a spark, possibly. First responders soon arrived on the scene. The Jeep driver was cited for DUI and driving the wrong way. But Kirkland said, "My worst fear almost came true. And that fear that I would die in this truck. You know, what I do for a living," he said, "scares me to death. I've got 6 beautiful children ranging from 21 to 5 years old. I've got a loving wife. I just thank God for the speedy recovery of the vehicle and the emergency management getting there so quickly. Could have been a absolute catastrophe, but yeah, for guys hauling those kind of loads, I guess it's got to be a little nerve-wracking. If you're military haulers, you've got munitions back there. A lot of times they don't know what's actually maybe on the load, but that it's likely to be things that would be explosive in nature. So, yeah, thanks for what you do. Looking at bottom of the hour here. We get a quick break, couple lines available. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
All right, we'll get back to the calls here in just a moment. A couple others from the email bag. What are we looking at here? Scooter chiming in this morning. Hey, Steve, are you tired of being called a white supremacist, a white nationalist, or a domestic terrorist for simply not voting Democrat yet? I've heard it all damn day. Beijing, Biden, and others have declared war on us. But we're supposed to believe Beijing, Biden's unity BS? Unity. There can never be unity when the other party is hell-bent on destroying the opposition. Just my take. Yeah, Scooter, thank you very much. I hear all this message of unity. It's, suffice it to say. I mean, everyone has differing views. Most of my life, it seemed like one side was, realizing everyone isn't going to feel the same way you do. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. But one side would accept that fact. And you'd feel as though when election time rolls around, whoever held the majority of views supporting one way or the other, you would accept it. And in recent years, that's not become the case. If you don't agree with those on the left, your opinion, they don't want your opinion to be heard. You're not allowed to speak your piece. But all right, let's see. I got an email here from Mike. Let you know I posted on my Facebook page and ask all my friends to subscribe to your YouTube page. I hope that helps getting you closer to the live stream. Great show. I'm glad to hear you back on again. And let me see here. Next up, hi, Steve. I'm Danielle. And my husband and I listen to you most every night that you're on. We're not truckers, but have the highest respect to truckers out there. We came over and found you after that rotten company let you go. I'm glad you're moving forward in all this. One door closes and another shall open. Amen. Now, I'm new to YouTube, too. But you need to make an announcement to your viewers to hit the thumbs up button to let YouTube know that your viewers like what you're doing. Maybe run a subscribe bar in the screen. It's all about the analytics with YouTube. Look forward to the future of your show, Steve. We sure have enjoyed listening to you and your callers over the years. Have a great night, Danielle. P.S. My channel is about my ventures in buying stuff and reselling it for a profit on my eBay store. I was born to yard sale and can't keep all my finds or I'd be a hoarder, so I resell it to make some extra money. Check out my channel sometime if you want. Yard Sales and Dreams on YouTube. Yard Sales and Dreams. Well, I'll do that, Danielle. Thank you so much. All right, with that, who's next up here? I believe we've got our old friend, the Heat Wave, on the line tonight once again. Heat Wave, what's happening?
Good morning, senor.
Morning.
Oh, not a whole hell of a lot. Yeah, we got our butts back in action yesterday morning about 6:30. Come down here to SoCal to make our delivery, and they're turning us right back to Albuquerque. It's like, why? Well, we just don't have the freight. I'm sure other companies got it, but apparently we don't have enough salespeople for our company to find freight to run the team truckers. So I'm very disappointed. I mean, we did so good in December, and the first 2 weeks of this year, we did 7,700 miles one week, and then we did 7,400. This week is just absolute crap.
Wow.
So we're just, well, it's, one, it's that time of year where everything slows down, because of nobody wants to have inventory in their place. They'd rather just let it sit on the truck where it can't be counted. The receivers don't want to receive it because they don't want to get hit with it, and the shippers are shipping it out. But it's sitting some damn place because they don't want to be caught with it. So plus Biden is now in office, and I don't know. You just cannot believe the nonsense that's going on. They said Biden is going in with numbers higher than what Trump approval rating ever was. It's like, well, if you ask 1,000 Democrats what they think about their golden boy there, well, of course it's going to be, 80 to 100% positive.
Sure. Yeah. Sure.
This is the socialist. This is the socialist state of America. I mean, Goebbels and Hitler would be just absolutely thrilled that their policies of stamping out the opposition, reprogramming the opposition to think the way you want to think or the way you think the world ought to be. Why can people not wake up and see this? They have drunk the Kool-Aid and eaten the chocolate pudding for so long that they think that should be the normal way of doing government, and it's not. Well, Scooter done took away a lot of my fire with his email, because that's exactly what I was going to holler about, and I guess I have a little bit. But it's sad. Yeah, so whenever I last talked to you here 2 nights ago, went to the house, and we did a forced 34-hour reset. Of course, during that time, I made some spaghetti. Oh, damn, that's good. I want to get fat eating off my own cooking. So, but I've got a lot of friends on Facebook, and a lot of friends that I work with are on Facebook. A lot of folks I worked with when I was with Snyder, the evil Orange Empire. I've invited them to come on and listen to you. If not during this time, then at least during the daytime, so they can hear what kind of shit. And so everyone seemed to be pretty pleased with what they're listening to. And it's been something else. I don't know. I'm just dumbfounded, and I can't find the words to express any more than what I've already said. And what's happening, and the question mark is getting bigger and bigger and bigger with everything the jackass in office has done so far, and it's just day one. So, I mean, we got another, 1,300 days of his being in office. With Trump and his idea of having a Patriot Party, Thomas Jefferson said that sometimes the trees of liberty need to have its limbs shaken. Thomas Jefferson is the founder of the Democrat Party. So, I mean, if he had the vision back then 250 years ago to say what he had to say. I mean, shouldn't someone pay heed and listen to it and go back and see, the history? But you got all these people here that want to erase history. You got the people in Harvard want to go ahead and strip the degrees of Harvard-educated people that were for Trump. You have Hollywood that wants to have every movie that was made with Trump in it take Trump out. I mean, if that ain't socialism right there and reprogramming, I don't know what is.
Yeah.
I just couldn't tell you.
Yep, that's. I mean, I've been seeing some of the headlines. Yeah, Fox News. They do still have some conservative content. It depends on what time of day and what host you're watching and whatnot. But on the Fox and Friends in the morning, they have been supportive of Donald Trump, and they're saying, we are right now in a process where the left is. That's exactly what they're doing, reprogramming Trump supporters. That's now how they accomplish that. I don't know, but yeah, our views have to be transferred over. We have to be reprogrammed to support, I guess, whatever Joe Biden wants to do.
Yeah, well, and who's leading the charge over there with the reprogramming? AOC, someone who's never had a real job in her life, who's never really had that much money to begin with, is trying to tell us how we need to do and how we need to live our lives. I'm tired of it. I really wish I had that kind of money. Oh, speaking of money, did anyone win the lottery last night or yesterday?
The Mega Millions. There was not a winner in the Mega Millions. Now I haven't checked the Powerball. They probably don't have the official tally yet on that. But Mega Millions is now knocking on the door at $1 billion. It's $970 million.
Damn, I really thought I won it. It's just, if I could win something like that, I mean, you got to have money to get in politics. I don't know why that is, but you just got to have money right there, Johnny, on the spot. And I tell you what, if I could, I wouldn't be a politician. I'd be a statesman, because there is a big difference between the two.
Yes, sir.
Politician is in there just for themselves. What can they do to enrich their own? Statesman is there to say, hey, the people come first. They are our employers, and if, and when we run every 2 years or every 4 years or every 6 years, that's a vote of confidence that we're doing the right job. But I don't know. So I'm sure there was more things I wanted to ramble on. Oh, yeah. The Pluto Duo.
Yes.
I've got a set of those on order. Yes, Dave McManus. He and I are on Facebook friends together, and, we were talking about his product. I have the Blue Parrot 450, VI or BI or TI, whatever the hell that last two letters are. And, I'm thinking, this is a pretty good headset. I don't have the other earpiece on it so I can listen to movies or music. But I asked him, I said, just straight up, is it better than what I have now? And he says, oh, it is so much better. So he went ahead and gave me a deal I couldn't refuse. And so I'm anxiously awaiting the arrival of the headset. And I don't know, do you have a pair of them headsets for yourself in the Princess?
Not yet. But I think I will.
Okay. Right.
I got an email from Dave this past day, and he asked for my address, and he's going to be sending me a set.
Oh, sweet. Well, I know Big Ed says he has a set of them, and he really enjoys them. So, if it's good enough for Big Ed, it ought to be good enough for me, and we'll we'll find out here pretty
Yep,
soon.
there you go.
So
Well, he's
I'm
another.
anxiously awaiting those.
He's in his email. He said he's like another one of those. He's kind of a startup. He's been trying to get his product in the truck stops and the electronic stores, but like anything else, it's such a competitive market out there, and they had plans to go to all the big truck shows last year, and of course that all got shut down because of COVID. So, it's very difficult to get the word out. So. Yeah, I told him he's going to come on sometime, kind of introduce himself and give us the Stellar Electronics story. So I told him to give us a call anytime. We'd love to hear from him.
Yeah, that'd be really interesting to listen to. And two more questions. Did you get my email about the 3M sticky pads? I'll be more than happy to send them to you.
Yeah, what were you?
Were you got your
were you
reminders
chatting
all
with,
over the studio?
Were you chatting with Kyle or something about that, like on the comments? I'm guessing the other day, because.
No, I sent you an email direct, so I don't know. You probably got it in there somewhere, but.
I saw the email, but I didn't know how you knew about that. So, how'd you hear about not being able to find those? Kyle bought all of he bought all the 3M sticky things out all over the damn town.
No, I didn't realize that that there was a scarcity of the 3M sticky pads out there. I just figured whenever I got cut off to do the programming of the program, that I'd go ahead and get you some. And
his national jackpots is nearing the 1 billion mark. Tuesday night's Mega Millions drawing again produced millions of winning tickets, but no one matched all 6. As a result, Friday's jackpot is estimated now at $970 million. Now, if you were to match all 6 numbers, your cash option would be $716.3 million. Second largest prize in the Mega Millions history. The upcoming January 22nd drawing will be the 37th draw without a winner in this current jackpot run. Which started after a Wisconsin player won a $120 million prize back in mid-September. This is the longest the game has gone without a jackpot win. During that time, there have been almost 35.4 million winning tickets sold at other prize levels. Anywhere from $5 to the $2 million. 60 of those were $1 million or more. Those $1 million prizes were won in 23 different states across the country. There were a total of 5,193,000 and some change winning tickets at the various levels sold for Tuesday night's drawing. There were 11 that matched the 5 white balls to win $1 million. 2 of those were sold in Florida. And 2 of them included the Mega Plier. That's an extra $1. And those tickets are each worth $2 million. A third Florida ticket won the standard $1 million second prize. And again, a number of other states where people hit the million. There were 4 for matching the 4 white balls. For matching the 4 white balls and the Mega Ball, there's 139 of those tickets that were sold worth $10,000 each. 15 of those were actually worth $20,000 because they had the optional Mega Plier as well. Now, if the Mega Millions is won this Friday, it would be the 3rd largest lotto prize ever, behind only 2 jackpots exceeding $1.5 billion. The world record jackpot Powerball, $1.586 billion. Back in January of 2016. And the current Mega Millions record is $1.537 billion from October of 2018. Now, that latter prize there of 2018, that was the world's largest jackpot, won on a single ticket. Just one person. The record Powerball jackpot was shared by actually 3 winning tickets, so they had to split it 3 ways. There were 5 Mega Millions jackpot winners in 2020. And you go for extended periods of time without winners. But, coming up this, I guess it's Friday night will be the next draw for the Mega Millions. And, Powerball also. Now, they drew the latest draw a few hours ago, about 11 o'clock this past evening. And they were talking about, did you know that the odds of winning a prize are the same in every Powerball drawing? You have a 1 in 24.9 chance of winning a prize when the advertised jackpot is $40 million. You still have a 1 in 24.9 chance of winning a prize when it's $1 billion. Even if there are more tickets sold in a particular drawing, your odds of winning some sort of prize are the same. That's because, millions and millions of winners are the ones that just, $5, $10, whatever. And then they kind of explain the dollars and cents of it. Are you better to take the cash option, or are you better to take the annuity? Jackpot winners can either select the prize as an annuity or a lump sum payment. If the annuity option is selected, the winner's guaranteed to receive 30 graduated payments over 29 years. So you start with the number, and each year, the amount of the payout goes up by 5% until the 30th and final payment. The 30 payments added up then equal the value of the annuity. Yeah, so looking at the Mega Millions there, if you got a $716 million cash option versus $970 million, if you take the annuity, a lot of times you look at how old you are and say, well, if you're 70 years old, you're not going to stick around for 30 years to take the annuity. Give me the cash, right? But there's some of the breakdown. Our number is 844-844-3388. A couple lines open here, and I'm not sure what the handle is. Who we got on the line this time?
It's me, Texas Yankee, Steve. How you doing, buddy?
All right. That's not what the screen said, so I knew it was wrong. Texas Yankee, doing all right? What's happening this morning?
Oh, not a whole lot. Riding around, delivering that freight, I wanted to talk to you about today.
Okay.
If you listen to President Trump's farewell speech and the way him and Melania left, go back to Florida, and then you look at all, I didn't listen to any of the inauguration stuff. I didn't want to hear it. But anyway, I just want to say we're going to be all right. We're going to be all right. It wasn't about Donald Trump. Donald Trump was about us. Okay? He was the first man in my lifetime, except for maybe Ronald Reagan. But, I feel like he cared about us. And now that he's gone, everybody up there is clapping hands and jumping up and down and saying, hoorah, we got rid of them. Now the money can start flowing back in our pockets. And you already seen it with the executive orders that Slow Joe signed today.
Right.
Oh, my God, are you kidding me? Paris Accords, and are you kidding me? But we're going to be all right. We may have $4 a gallon diesel fuel here after a while, but if you don't give me a fuel surcharge, I ain't hauling your freight, and that's all there is to that. But it's a sad day for America. We got ripped off. Everybody knows we got ripped off. And as far as this COVID thing goes, my son my eldest son. He's a captain in the Army. And he called me today. I was coming up through Austin, Texas, on my way up here to Oklahoma. But he hadn't talked to me in like 2 weeks. I guess he thought I was upset. He's like, I haven't talked to you in a while, Daddy. He's like, I didn't know if you were, going to take matters in your own hands and go to Washington. And I'm like, no, I ain't doing nothing like that. I'm going to tend to my business. I'm going to wait until, when they pull in my driveway, well, then we got a problem. But you leave me alone, I'll leave you alone, right?
Right.
But anyway, he's concerned about this COVID thing. He don't want to take the vaccine. And he told me that the Army is telling him, well, you don't have to take it. You have the option to take it. But if you say no, we're tracking all the no's. Well, what the hell is that?
Mm-hmm.
He started out as an enlisted soldier, and then he got a commission after he'd been in about 7 or 8 years. So now he's captain, and he's been in about 18 years. And anyway, but he was asking me about what are you going to do, Daddy, if they make you take the vaccine just so you can deliver freight. I don't want to take the damn thing, Steve. I'm like the princess. I don't want the damn thing. It ain't been out here long enough. And my wife is just like your wife. She damn sure ain't gonna take it.
Right.
But what am I gonna do if they say, oh, you can't go to this customer unless you got a vaccine, or you can't go into this place unless you got a vaccine? I mean, you want to read the last book in the Bible? You've already read it.
Correct.
I mean, is that the mark? Is that the mark of the beast? I don't know.
Some allude to that. I don't know, but I think there's going to be a lot of things. I see a lot of things in the coming down the pike that we may not be able to do. Yeah, they're talking about having like the vaccine card. And you got to show your card that you've had the vaccine before you can go into this venue or that venue. It could be indoor concert arenas. It could be sporting events. I mean, who knows what it's ultimately going to be.
Yeah, well, that's all well and good, but I need to make a living. I mean, I've been doing this crap out here for like 38, 39 years, Steve. And if I can't deliver my damn freight, or I can't load my damn freight because I didn't get somebody to stick a needle in my arm, that's just something to think about. I'm not saying it'll come to that and all, but it's just crazy, crazy times. And Sleepy Joe, he didn't waste no time, did he? Paris Accords, this, that, and the other. Yep. Are you kidding me? He's trying to. They're gonna try to undo everything that we've been able to accomplish in the last 4 years. And I don't know. I don't know, but there's I know one thing. There's more of us than there are of them. And push comes to shove. I don't know. Like I say, I ain't going to do a damn thing till they pull in my driveway. My wife, the other day, I got tickled at her. She's like, you're on Donald Trump's email list. I'm like, yeah. They got your phone number. They've been texting you and everything for the last 4 years. I'm like, yeah. She's like, you've sent money to his campaign and all. I'm like, yeah. She's like, they got your name and your phone number and your address. I'm like, yeah. She's like, what are we going to do? I said, well, we ain't going to worry about it till they pull in the driveway, hon. And when they pull in the driveway, well, then they're on my turf. But I'm just going to go on like I've been going on. I mean, we survived Jimmy Carter. I was just a kid back then. Not really a kid, but like high school age. I remember odd and even days for gasoline and crap like that. We survived Bill Clinton. We survived Obama. We'll get through all this. It may, I don't know, it may get a little rough.
It may get a little rough. It may not be the best times. But yeah, I mean, that's we will prevail, as they say, right? All right, plenty of room for you. Horse feathers will be coming up here out of the break, and you want to jump on board, grab one of those lines. It's 844-844-3388. Just a teaser. Someone out there, some individual, is $731 million richer this morning. There was indeed one winning ticket sold for the Powerball here a few hours ago. We'll tell you where when we come back. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, if you're listening, honey, sorry, we didn't win. I got to keep working. The 6th largest lottery jackpot was indeed won Wednesday night as a lone ticket sold in Maryland. Matched all 5 wide numbers and the red Powerball. Winning the $731 million jackpot. It's been several months since anyone had won the Powerball jackpot. Extraordinary levels. And as we mentioned, coming up on Friday, the 3rd largest jackpot in lottery history is up for grabs as the $970 million Mega Millions draw. So Powerball goes back to a measly $20 million. Oh. You know, what could you do with 20 mil? You know, a cash option of 15, I'll take that. Winning numbers, what do we see? Starting with the number 40. So anyone that had a ticket with any number between 1 and 39 were already a loser. 40, 53, 60, 68, 69. And the Powerball number was 22. There's one ticket out there, again in the state of Maryland, that matched all 6 numbers. I think we won a whopping $4. I believe that's the case. I had one ticket that had 3 of the white balls, 3 out of the 5, and did not match the actual Powerball. So I think that's a $4 winner, if memory serves. Don't spend it all in one place, right? I guess we'll just put that down for some Mega Millions tickets. See if we can roll it up. Something a little better than $4. But there you go. What are the odds? Did you have your Powerball tickets purchased in Maryland by chance?
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
According to the statement I have to issue from my lawyer, I'm not allowed to say at this point.
Okay.
I can't say one way or the other anything about that whatsoever there. I'm sworn to secrecy.
Did you even play?
So, we have tickets. We have tickets, but I'm not allowed to say whether, reveal any type of matching combinations of any types of numbers or whatsoever.
Right. You don't know otherwise. If you get home and the wife's gone, you'll know she won and she hauled ass.
Yeah, that's right. Anyways, there. You had that deal there. You're talking about the methanol driver there that is, and then you're talking a little bit about the military haulers and that, worried about the loads they have. In recent years, if you watch what's been going on with trucks and truck accidents, and the amount of truck accidents that end up in fires, I'm actually more worried about the truck itself than I am my trailer that I'm pulling behind me. It's the EPA, it's the emissions people. They have this regeneration system on here that's 1600 degrees. You splash a little diesel fuel on it, which is warm from the recirculation back from the motor, because it draws the extra fuel that doesn't use through the fuel rail and puts it back into the tank hot. And it's good this time of year, to keep your fuel warm so that you don't have gelling problems. But you're ever involved in an accident, you have a fuel line rupture, and fuel gets on that exhaust system, and just even the normal exhaust there, anywhere from 5 to 800, 900 degrees possibly. And if it's in a regen, you're talking 1500, 1600 degrees, and you put fuel on that, you definitely have an instant fire. And that's right underneath the cab. So, and then with all the plastics and everything that all the cabs are made out of now, and the interiors and the foams and vinyls and everything, it's a dangerous place to be, sitting in the cab of a truck. And if you're in an accident and you're actually trapped in the truck when this is happening, you have no chance, even just in a regular truck, to get out, let alone what type of trailer you're pulling.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, did you happen to get that video I sent you there about how to compare taxes by using a beer tab?
I got the email, but
I didn't know if that
the attachment would not open. Yeah, I got the email, but I couldn't open it. So no, I haven't had an opportunity to see it.
All right. Well, anyways, it goes through. It's a YouTube video, and it goes through and it tells how these 10 guys are buddies, and they drink beer at a bar every night, and they rack up about $100 beer tab every night. It's about the same every night. So, but it ends up the first 4 guys can't afford to buy beer, so they don't pay anything. So guys 1 through 4 pays $0. Guy 5 only has a little bit of money, so he pays $1. Guy 6 pays $2. Guy 7 pays like $5. 8 pays like $10. 9 pays like $20, and it ends up that guy number 10 ends up paying like $55 or $60 to equal out the bar tab. And so, anyways, they're good customers, and so the bar owner says, hey, you guys come in here so much, we're going to give you a discount for being such good customers. So we're knocking $20 off your $100 bar tab for what you purchase. And they're trying to decide how to divvy up the $20. And, if you split it up between the 10, well, that's not really fair, because, the first 4 guys didn't really pay anything in. So they kind of split it up so that it goes between the people that were paying. So guys 1 through 4 don't get anything because they didn't pay. Guy number 5, he gets $1, but that puts him into the 0 paying now. So that's 100% return for him, because now he doesn't pay because he only originally paid $1. Guy number 6 who's been paying $2, gets $1. So that's a 50% return for him. So now he only pays $1, and then guy number 7 gets like $3, and guy number 8 gets like $5. But it ends up that the guy number 10 gets $10 of the 20 of the discount. Well, it ends up that everybody finally decides they don't like that. Guy number 10 got half the money from the discount, so they all get in a fight, and guy number 10 ends up leaving. And then the other 9 guys go to drink beer and drink the same amount of beer and realize that they have like a $70 worth of bar tab, and well, they don't have about $35 to pay. And it's like, but the guy number 10 there, his discount that he got was like a 16% return off the discount.
Mm-hmm.
But guy number 5 had 100%, but but they don't look at it like that. They're like, well, guy number 10 got $10, and I only got one, and the first four guys are like, well, we didn't get any money, so we all felt like we should get more, and so
It's
that's
the
kind of the
it's the
gist of it. I know I didn't
AOC. It's
explain
the
it well.
redistribution of wealth mentality, right? Well, you have more. You should pay. You should pay our portion. Yes, yes.
Yep, but the thing is that if you get a discount, if you've been paying more, you're going to get more back. But even though you got more back, you were at a lower percentage of what you even got back. So it's, I don't know. As I say, the video did it good, and I'm not doing it justice to what it is.
Everybody's out there pulling their hair, saying, "What the hell is he talking about?"
Yeah, damn horse feathers. They're always just on the radio, nonsense this, and can't understand them, and I don't know. But anyways, I wanted to say that I appreciated what Q-Ball had on there. I really pretty much agree with what he had going there. And do you remember, you had history class when you were in school. Do you remember there, and Heatwave helped a little bit there talking about Thomas Jefferson. Do you remember before the Democrats and that came along, do you remember there was Federals and Whigs? I
do, yes.
And I was kind of surprised that, I thought maybe Donald Trump with the Patriot thing there, I thought maybe he'd be bringing back the Whig party there, just joke, Whig party. But anyway, so we've changed. I mean, we've had parties that have been here and parties that have gone away, and maybe it's time to maybe branch out into something different. Maybe see if we can get enough people to understand, that how money works and how things are going to work. But I'm kind of worried, maybe you can dig back and look at what the inflation rate was when Jimmy Carter was in office and what the interest rates were. What people had to pay when they bought houses and cars. What the interest rate was down at the bank when you tried to get a loan. And I got a feeling we're headed back that way. And if we got 4 years, that's enough. But I'll tell you what, if we get 8 or I don't know, where's the deal that when if Joe Biden, how much time does Joe Biden have to serve that Kamala Harris can actually finish out his term and then actually run for 2 terms after that? I mean, is it a 2 years and a day? Could she have like literally almost 10 years if Joe Biden gets that far and she takes over, or what part of his finishing out the term is left over that she could actually run for 2 terms after that? That's kind of my question right now.
Good question. I'll have to. I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head. I'd have to dig a little bit.
Yeah. So, but anyways, I guess that's about kind of what we got going for you. I don't know, kind of interesting to see. So it just said Maryland for the ticket there. It didn't say
Correct.
where in Maryland at all.
Nope,
Just the state of Maryland.
Just the state of Maryland at this point. Yeah.
It's probably down there in Montgomery or PG County there, down on the border of DC, or actually a few of our big winning tickets in Maryland have actually been out on the Eastern Shore. So I guess there's a possibility it can be over there. Or I guess there's a possibility it could be anywhere.
Could be anywhere. So, I guess later this morning.
My lawyers had advised me not to say whether it was in the county where I live or not.
All right. Well, I wish it was you, Horse Feathers, because of course you would. Okay, it's 21 past the hour. All right, lines wide open here. Up and running on a Thursday. It's 844-844-3388. All right, much needed change in the weather has begun over drought-stricken California and the Southwest. And forecasters are expecting the pattern to last through most of the rest of the month of January here. That would be good for them. Even though some relief is in store for the parched region, forecasters also warn there could be some dangers again with these upcoming storms. Of course, that's been in the form of winds. We saw the incredible winds blasting much of California Monday through Tuesday night into early Wednesday. Strong winds continued in Southern California through Wednesday. Additional bouts of gusty winds are likely to occur. These should be weaker than the event from the first half of the week, though. Winds may change direction rather quickly due to the frequent nature of the upcoming storms, they tell us. The pattern is expected to unleash the coast from the time frame this Friday, till next Thursday, the 28th. The storms that roll in every 2, 3, 4 days are going to drop southward to a certain point along the Pacific coast before they make a turn inland. One such storm is forecast to blitz southward along the west coast later on Thursday night, and then spin inland during Friday and Friday night. Areas that did not pick up any rain or snow with the midweek storms, you'll probably get some precip with this next storm system that's approaching. Soaking rain expected to spread along the coast of California, reaching the LA basin on Friday. Scattered showers across interior areas of Southern California and the deserts of Arizona. Now, the rainfall amounts will be lower than what we saw midweek. Anywhere from maybe 1/10 of an inch to a 1/4 of an inch are anticipated. Some areas saw 1 inch or more of rain with that midweek storm, so this is going to be just a little bit of rain. But the storm will produce several inches of accumulating snow, though, over the mountains, including the Sierra Nevada and the Wasatch Ranges Friday into Saturday. The Rockies from southern Montana to northern New Mexico Saturday into Sunday. Even though a tremendous amount of snow is not anticipated for Donner Pass along I-80, there will be enough to make for some slippery roads, again, over Donner. As the main part of the storm pushes in, a smaller piece is going to drop southward along the southern California coast. Some snow showers may be creating slippery conditions over Tajon and Cajon passes Saturday. They get another storm, the second in a parade, forecast to take aim at the West Coast Sunday into Monday before it moves inland late Monday into Tuesday. And as they say, right on the heels, a third storm may drop along the coast during the middle portions of next week. There's still some question as to whether or not that's going to turn inland or whether it's just going to kind of linger just offshore. But any of these storms can bring enough rain to saturate the soil enough to raise the risk of mudslides. It looks like the second storm is going to have the greater threat of these dangers than the first. And especially when you're talking about like the burn scar areas from what was a record wildfire season there in California for the year 2020. So as a lot of people on social media talking about just what some of you are discussing on the program this morning. Shall we start a third party? Donald Trump reportedly discussed forming a new party, the Patriot Party, after telling his supporters the movement we started is just beginning. Apparently, that was a part of his farewell address to the nation. Now, he's said to have spoken with aides about the idea. The Wall Street Journal first reported it's not known how serious he is about going ahead with the idea. On Tuesday, he vowed to be a continued presence on the political stage, noting that his movement, as I said, just beginning. Now, as I prepare to hand power over to the new administration at noon on Wednesday, I want you to know the movement we started is only just his vow to stay a force in politics could cause some Republicans to squirm, though, they say. He has divided Republicans among those who supported his agenda and those who disliked his harsh rhetoric. Mitch McConnell is one of those, I think, that wants Trump to just go away. Because Mitch on Tuesday also said that Donald Trump provoked that crowd that stormed the Capitol. The mob was fed lies, provoked by the president and other powerful people. All right, McConnell, who reportedly, privately believes Trump committed impeachable offenses. He says he's not decided on whether he would vote to convict Trump at his Senate trial, but he never wants to speak to the president again. Mitch McConnell's rather bitter, is he not? I'm thinking Donald Trump, being president, helped Mitch McConnell to win re-election. Now, many Republicans, they say, want to see the outgoing president fade quietly away, but others fear his supporters, those 74 million, could be an influence in the party's primaries for years to come. Now, former FBI Director James Comey, well, the liar, a former longtime Republican who now identifies as an independent, said the GOP needs to be burned down or changed following the Trump era. Something is shifting, and I'm hoping it's the fault breaking apart. A break between the Trumpists and those people who want to try and build a responsible conservative party, because everybody should know we need one. For what it's worth, James Comey, I could care less what he has to say, have no confidence in him whatsoever. Yeah, he was an anti-Trumper from the very beginning. He played an intricate role in trying to blackball Trump before the election ever got started, with the whole Russian collusion delusion lie that he knew at the time was a lie. But he allowed it to proceed. Okay, I'll get back to your calls coming up here. Hey, I'd love to hear from you. It's 844-844-3388. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you.
A good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Yeah, we all know when presidents give a big speech, they're reading from a teleprompter, essentially. Yeah, it's not in their own words. Oftentimes, they have very little input to what's even in the speech. You have professional speechwriters that put it all down for you in advance. So I don't care if it's Donald Trump. I don't care if it's whoever's giving the State of the Union and whoever's giving their inaugural speech. I have no idea how much input Joe had in writing the speech that he gave this past day. But Fox News' Chris Wallace was just showering praise on Joe Biden's inaugural address. I didn't hear Wallace, but I'm looking at the story. She said he invoked Biden's memorable "We must end this uncivil war" line that must have been in the speech somewhere. I thought it was a great speech, he said. I've been listening to these inaugural addresses since 1961, back when John F. Kennedy did his Ask Not speech. I thought this was the best inaugural address I've ever heard, he says. He referred to it as part sermon, part pep talk, and even picked up on what the president said about truth to make this point. What was it? There's one thing he said that I think especially us in the media need to note. Chris Wallace again. He said that there is truth and there are lies. Lies that are told for power and lies that are told for profit. I think it was a call to all of us, whether it's us on the air, on cable, or broadcast, whether it's us on social media, on our Twitter accounts, understanding that we have to deal from facts, from the truth, to hear each other out, as he said. A right to disagree, but not a right to violence. Oh, yeah. What a speech. Big words, big words. Yeah, promises. I'm going to bring the country together. We shall see. But yeah, we all know Chris Wallace is the guy that's kind of gone off. He went off the left coast. He fell off the deep end. As we get back to our calls, hey, lines available at 844-844-3388. Who we got on the line here?
Hey, blind man.
Well, hello, blind man.
I was talking to my fiance yesterday, and she came up with something I think is hilarious. You know about the MAGA hat, the red hat that says "Make America Great Again"?
Oh,
She
absolutely,
says, well,
yeah.
Why don't we have a blue hat in honor of Biden, and it says MCGA, Make China Great Again, and have a little fun. And also the slogan could be China First, America Last.
Yeah, it's China Joe. I wonder.
That's what a local talk show host is calling him now.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll
I
ever
didn't
really
even
find
bother.
out. We know, Joe has his ties with China. Supposedly the investigation into Hunter's laptop is ongoing. Now, I don't care about whatever Hunter Biden had when it came to the his sex and all that with underage or whatever. That's his, but that has nothing to do with Joe Biden. I do want to know what is in there because they say there's evidence of money laundering and whatnot that may be tied to Joe and Joe's brother. And that's what we want to find out. Now that Joe Biden is president, does that laptop investigation just disappear? Does it all go away now?
I'm afraid it might, yeah. Also, the reason why Mitch McConnell is acting the way he's acting, his wife's got ties to China.
And that is with her family's business, yeah, with some of the shipping lines and whatnot, the ships, and I remember
yes,
that. Yeah.
I've been hearing that too. I've been calling him Sing Along with Mitch for years. I never liked the guy, never trusted him. Also, I understand the Keystone Pipeline construction has come to a screeching halt.
Yeah.
And the Canadians are very upset about that. And Trudeau wanted the pipeline to continue, and Biden put a stop to it. So for the workers who got laid off, I'm going to say, I told you so.
Yep. Yep, I think it's coming. I think you are correct.
Yep. I'm just going to sit back, keep quiet, and see what happens. And you have a good rest of the weekend to next week, and I'll be yakking at you soon.
All right, Blind Man. Hey, thanks for checking in this morning. Have a good night. Let me see, under the industry headlines, had a couple of them over here. Let me jump into this. A couple of interesting tidbits. A tanker overturning during near whiteout conditions in Minnesota this past morning, about 8:25 a.m. near Hayfield on County Road 9. According to KTTC, another vehicle was involved in the crash along with the tanker truck. Driving conditions were very poor at the time of the incident, they tell us. Then the state of Arkansas has filed suit against a California trucking company and its driver after a major bridge collapse in 2019. Earlier this month, the state of Arkansas, along with the Arkansas Game and Fish Commission, filed a suit against the truck driver, Harjinder Singh, and the Bakersfield, California-based trucking company, U.S. CityLink Corporation. The suit is pressing for funds to repair the damage that was caused by Singh. Plaintiffs are also seeking punitive damages and requesting a jury trial. According to the Arkansas Democrat Gazette, the bridge collapse was back in January. It collapsed January 30th of 2019. Singh was reportedly hauling a load of processed chicken to Danville. His GPS device took him to the Dale Bend Bridge. Although there were signs posted at the bridge entrance warning about the 6-ton weight limit, Singh tried to cross the bridge in his 38-ton truck. You know, just a tad bit over the weight limit for that bridge. The weight, obviously, of the semi collapsing the 88-year-old bridge left the truck partially submerged in the Pettigene River. No one was injured, but the lawsuit alleges that without the bridge, locals now have to take a 12-mile detour, which has in turn increased staffing needs and costs for the Arkansas Game and Fish Commission upon information and belief based on the past driving record of the defendant, Singh, and the obvious disregard for known and posted weight limits. The defendant's actions rise to the level of gross negligence, willful, wanton, reckless, malicious, and or intentional conduct, so says the lawsuit. I remember reporting on that bridge collapse at the time, and I think several of our callers said, well, I wonder if Mr. Singh knew how to read the English. Could he read the sign? Did he know that there was a 6-ton weight limit? Then one other before we get back to your calls. And normally it's the other way around. We hear of so many incidents where drivers may hit and in some cases kill or injure a law enforcement officer or a first responder working on the side of the road at an accident scene. The tables were kind of turned. Authorities in Texas confirming that a truck driver lost his life early Wednesday morning when he was struck by a police vehicle while on foot outside of his broken down truck. It was about 12:30 a.m. Wednesday morning, about 5 miles east of Cumbie, Texas. The truck, driven by 45-year-old Michigan resident Donald Holland, who had broken down on an I-30 service road. Holland was reportedly wearing all dark clothing and had stepped into the roadway when he was hit by a westbound 2015 Chevy Tahoe belonging to the Cumbie Police Department. The Tahoe driver, 34-year-old Cumbie police officer Jonathan Painter, did not see Holland before hitting him. Holland died at the scene. Painter, they say, was very shaken up but not injured. So that crash is under investigation by the Texas Department of Public Safety. As I said, normally it's the other way around, but all right, it's 844-844-3388 as we work our way into the early hours of a Thursday. And I have no idea what the name is. Who we got here?
This is Kaboom.
Kaboom.
The driver previously known, yes. The driver previously known as Bubbles.
Bubbles.
The name given to me, yes, by Stormy. May she rest in peace.
Yes.
Okay.
I do.
Now, do you know who you're talking to?
I remember the handle Bubbles. It's been a long time, but yeah.
Yeah, it's been a long time, but we haven't been. Me and Barik haven't been listening because of, you went off of Sirius Radio and we couldn't get to you. But now that you're on YouTube, which is very easy for us to navigate, because old people, how you are about navigating electronics and stuff. So we found, obviously, Scott told us how to find you, and we did. And we've been listening every night, and I'm glad that we get to listen again. It's been a long time.
It has, yeah. So you mentioned Barik. How's Barik feeling about what's going on in the political arena these days?
Oh God, this is terrible. I even left Facebook. I don't know if you've noticed, since we are friends on Facebook, and also I'm friends with Princess too. But I have left Facebook. I don't want them to get a dime of my money. I'm not looking at any of their ads, and Twitter's going now too. I haven't been on Twitter in a long time, but I'm going to actually cut my account off now that the president's gone. But I didn't call about that. I'm so mad about that. That's why I had to leave the social media. I can't even stand to even look at it.
Wow.
But I'm trying to bury my head in the sand right now. It's so irritating. I can't even believe we let them steal it from us. But I called to talk about split driving. I heard you 2 nights ago or 3 nights ago talking about the split driving and how a lot of the drivers like the 5 and 5 split.
Mm-hmm.
Well, me and Barick, we do the only legal split driving, which is 8833. I don't know if you are aware of the 8833 split driving.
I'm not familiar with that. No, I am not.
Okay. Team drivers do have a legal split driving, and you can, to avoid that 30-minute mandatory break after a straight 8-hour drive. The DOT regs state that you have to have a full 8-hour rest in the bunk of that 10-hour break, that you're supposed to have.
Yeah.
8 straight hours has to be in the bunk. So it's for the 8833, each driver can drive the 8-hour, the other driver's getting his 8 hours straight in the bunk. Then that other driver can get up and drive the 3 hours, which is the other 3 of the 11 you're allowed to drive during the day, while your other driver's getting his other 2 hours of his 10-hour break.
Okay.
And it is allowed. That is allowable. So you drive 8, you get a 3-hour break, then you drive 3, then you get an 8-hour break. You see how that works?
Okay. So if they let you go back to
logbooks understand.
Right. If they let you go back to do a 6 and 4 or a 5 and 5, I mean, would you rather do like a 5 and 5?
Yeah, they can't. No, I hated the 5 and 5.
Really?
The 5 just wasn't. Yeah, the 5 wasn't enough break. It just wasn't long enough. You couldn't get a good sleep in just 5 hours.
Okay, all right.
I need at least 6. See, so the 8-hour, and the reason why they won't let you go back to the 5 and 5 or the 6 and 4 is because, for one thing, you're allowed to drive 11, not 10. 6 and 4 is 10. We get 11 hours drive time per day. In that 14-hour period, you can drive 11. But the DOT states you have to have a full 8-hour break in the bunk, and you're not going to get that at a 5 and 5 or a 6 and 4. But the thing about the 8833 or the 5-5 or the 6 and 4 is only one day and possibly 2 days will that work for you, because once you start doing a rotating of 8833, the times are off. Like, we've been driving out here now for 20 years. I don't know, that's not as long as some of you out there, but 20 years is a good long time to be out here. And our bodies have set, we started out as a 2 in the morning to 2 in the afternoon. He drives 2 to 2, I drive 2 to 2. We've been doing that forever. Well, now when you try to do the 8833, the second day, you're 2 hours off because of the way time changes for you every time you do an 8833, because you don't take any breaks. And the only reason why we ever use the 8833 is if we're on a load that if we don't get there, we're going to be shut down for a weekend. And, when we're hauling what we're hauling, you can't just stop anywhere. You have to, be in a controlled environment.
Right,
it has to be a safe haven.
Yeah.
So the only reason why we use 8833, hence my new name, Kaboom, because I never felt like a Bubbles anyway. Whatever. Anyway, that's beside the point. But we have to use 8833 every once in a while. And sometimes when you're going coast to coast and it's 3,000 miles, we got to use it for 2 days in a row.
Okay.
the second day, see, I'm up early. See how early I'm up today?
Yeah, I do.
And
yeah.
usually I'm not supposed to be up until 2. See, just because we're on the second day and I'm up 2 hours early. But we'll be at our destination, which I can't mention. And we'll be shut down for a day anyway.
Okay.
So I can be off for one day. It doesn't bother me so bad. You know, I might be a little tired after I'm done, but I'm okay.
Okay.
But anyway, that C8833 split, a lot of it confuses a lot of people, but where our logbooks are on electronic, and it figures it for us. I know how to do it. We've been doing it for so long. We were doing it before they just changed. You know, a month or two ago, they just fixed it was 8833 has been around for years. Rick and I have been Rick have been using it for a long time. So anyway.
So I guess you had to, you pretty much, the drivers had the 10 straight or the 8 and 2, and then they added the 7 and 3, and now they're looking to add a 6 and 4 or a 5 and 5. Yeah.
Oh, there used to be a 5 and 5.
Right.
19 years ago, there was a 5 and 5. The first time they did the major change, which is when they went to the 8833, there was a 5 and 5. We even tried the 5 and 5. But honestly, we could not stand it. It's 5 hours is just not enough sleep. It literally isn't for us. Now, some people loved it, and I know people that loved it, but we just couldn't do it. We were on the 2 to 2.
Mm-hmm.
And that was back when you could only drive 10 hours a day, though. Remember when they changed it to the 10-hour break, they changed it to 11 hours. You can drive 11 hours in a 14.
Correct.
Instead of 10. So the 5 and 5 kind of went away because of that, because you can now drive 11 hours if you have a 10-hour break. Then they added that stupid 30-minute break.
Uh-huh.
And when you stopped for fuel, that didn't count on it. And when you carry what we carry, where everything has to be done on duty anyway, which doesn't make any sense. Our rest breaks are even on duty. Well, isn't that an oxymoron?
Yeah.
On duty rest. Yeah. On duty rest break for 30 minutes. That did count, though. That's why they had to put it as a rest break on our Qualcomm, so that it realized that we were sitting up front doing a 30-minute rest break, which is so ridiculously stupid. I can't even say how stupid the DOT is for making up such.
Wow.
Yeah, it's now the fueling counts as your 30 minutes, which totally helps. I mean, it actually shuts off your clocking of that 8 hours. You know, when that 8 hour starts and you've got 8 hours to get a 30-minute break, then you got to stop and fuel in the middle of that 8 hours. It was continuously clicking off, so you still had to take a 30-minute break. Well, now the clock stops. It adds back all of the time that you spent fueling to your 8 hours. So you still get that much more time to find a place to stop and take your 30.
Yeah.
That 30-minute break is a pain in the butt. It's causing drivers to stop in the fuel island and shut down. And I can understand that because there's no place to park. The parking is atrocious out here in some areas. Some places it's not so hard. You find, we go coast to coast multiple times, in a month. we kind of know the areas. In some places, you can't get a park. You couldn't buy a parking place at some of the truck stops, which is another ridiculous thing. And some places you can't even get a parking place to do your 30 or take your 10. I don't know how these solo drivers make it. Luckily, we don't have to stop that much. It's not quite as hard for us, but I feel sorry for some of these guys. There's nowhere for them to go.
Yeah. Well, I think that's where you find, I think a lot of them are just actually pulling off on the side of the road or the interstate, in the breakdown lane for 30 minutes, which that's dangerous. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Dangerous. In fact, we can't, in the company that we haul for, they don't allow you to pull off on any ramp on any side of the road. It's automatic fired.
Done. Kaput.
If you pull off on the side of the road.
Wow.
Say that again.
I said you're done. Kaput. That's it. That's all. Right?
Yes, you're out. You're gone. Bye. Your history. Yeah. But so we don't pull off on the side of the road. We find a safe place to park every time. With our hours, it's easier for us to do that. So I just feel sorry for everybody else.
Yeah.
But anything else you want to talk about?
I think we're
Mr.
good.
Mr. Sommers?
We're up to the top of the hour.
I know.
I miss seeing you guys at the truck show and whatnot. Haven't seen you in a few years, and I wondered if I see every once in a while. I'll see
cruising.
You. Yes. What are you guys doing about cruising? I know you took a cruise or two every year. You like to do those transatlantic crossings and all that.
Days. Yes, we missed our Italy cruise in May because of the stupid coronavirus, which is my hate is for the coronavirus. We missed our biggest vacation. It was our wedding anniversary vacation, and the coronavirus took that away. We were going to Italy and doing a transatlantic, and that all ended. And then we had 2 booked in this past January. Those 2 were canceled. And our next one is the Hawaiian cruise in October, and who knows if that one's going to go.
There you go. Well, are you going to get the COVID vaccine if you have to?
No, I am not.
Okay.
I get the flu vaccine, but I don't know. I don't trust them. And it's not Trump I don't trust, because I would trust him before I would trust anybody, because I think, he honestly cared about us. But I don't trust the vaccine. I don't know. I just feel very uneasy about it. Am I wearing a mask? Hardly ever. I hate the mask. I can't breathe in the mask. I try not to wear it. If I get the COVID, it's my own fault. And if I die, goodbye to everybody. But I'm not blaming anybody except China. Boom.
Tell Barick I said hello. There you go. All right. Don't be a stranger. Kaboom. I didn't recognize that handle at first. I do remember Bubbles. It took me a minute, and I realized I know who that is. Hey, we got lines available. It's 844-844-3388 as we make our way into a Thursday. Jump on board the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX X4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it has leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of one dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday diesel treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, yes, we are back at it. Live on a Thursday. And it's 844-3388. One other tidbit under the industry headlines that's kind of an advisory. Officials in Nelson County, Virginia, want to advise drivers. They're looking for a better way to warn you, I should say, about a tricky stretch of road that has already claimed 7 trucks in 2021. I mean, we're only at the 21st day of 2021, and 7 trucks claimed the road in question is known as Reed's Gap Road, also known as Route 664. And it has a serious tight curve that leaves many big rigs stranded, they tell us, wreaking havoc for both the truck driver and any other vehicles, emergency or otherwise, trying to get through. I guess it must be one of those turns like you'd find on the tail of the dragon kind of thing, something like that. Although the Virginia Department of Transportation installed signs warning drivers of the danger and the shortcomings of their GPS devices like 6 months ago, apparently they say that the signage just isn't enough. Something more drastic is going to have to be done for the good of the residents, the emergency responders, and the truck drivers. Just last week, an ambulance responding to a patient for Wintergreen Fire and Rescue had to turn around on their way to the call due to a semi blocking the roadway. Yeah, our delay on that response was approximately 20 minutes. Fortunately, that patient had a favorable outcome, according to the Wintergreen Fire and Rescue chief. I don't think that the information was necessarily getting passed back and forth about how common this is happening. That's when we started posting it on our Facebook page. We kind of became a clearinghouse, and it has got the attention that it needed to get, and the resolution should be forthcoming in short order. Personally, the first step I would like to see is more aggressive signage that uses words like prohibited. And I'd like to see some flashing lights on signs, according to the district supervisor in Nelson County, who also pointed out that the decision to upgrade the signage was ultimately up to the Virginia DOT. But the DOT admits there's a problem. They're working on a solution. There's a number of solutions, including restricting the size of the vehicle that actually can be used on that route, according to a DOT spokesperson. As of this past day, there were no official plans to upgrade the signs on Reed's Gap Road. So apparently it's also one of those where, I guess, many cases, the GPS devices in advising the truckers, hey, you probably don't want to take this road. You're not going to get through. Okay, what are we looking at here? Did SpaceX successfully launch on Wednesday morning? Now, according to what I'm seeing here, indeed they did. SpaceX Falcon 9 launched on a record 8th flight, sending a new fleet of the Starlink internet satellites into orbit. And then they nailed the landing at sea. The Falcon 9 lifted off from the historic Pad 39A at NASA's Kennedy Space Center at 8:02 a.m., carrying 60 new Starlink satellites for the growing constellation. That comes after 2 days of delays because of weather conditions in the recovery zone and the need for extra pre-flight checks. About 9 minutes after liftoff, the Falcon 9's first stage returned to the Earth, landing on the drone ship in the Atlantic, a smooth touchdown. The massive ship, one of 2 in the company's fleet of recovery vessels that can catch the falling boosters and take them back to port. It was originally planned for Monday launch, pushed 24 hours to allow for weather to improve. Of course, SpaceX relies heavily on their fleet of reused rockets. So they want to make sure each post-launch catch is successful. Yeah, if it doesn't come back, if they don't land it on the drone ship, they pretty much I guess they lose it in the ocean. Sink to the bottom. Okay, let's get back to our calls here this morning. I guess, well, the sun was up, so you probably couldn't see the flight very well unless you were over by the coast. Did you catch a glimpse of the launch this past morning, Philip?
I sure did. I saw it yesterday, Steve.
Huh.
It looked pretty. It was a very clean launch. Yeah, I saw it from the Transportation and Ticketing Center monorail station.
Wow.
We were getting ready to open up, and it was a pretty launch. It's pretty neat with that rocket. They bring it back on the drone back into Cape Kennedy, or not Cape Kennedy, but Cape Canaveral, just right, not too far from where the cruise ships are. And they take it off, and then they put it on a special carry-all vehicle and take it right over to the refurbishment center.
Uh-huh.
It's pretty neat. You ought to see the process. You can actually see it on YouTube. There's a YouTube channel called NASA Flight or Space Flight. They actually show it when it comes in, and then they'll show it all the way going to where it goes to the refurbishment center. So it's pretty neat. I think we're supposed to have another one in a day or two, aren't we?
I believe so. Yes, another. I think I touched on that the other morning. I forget which one that is, but yeah, they're on another. I mean, a gangbuster pace for 21, just like they were in 2020.
Yeah, they're on it. And then the Starship is supposed to be, I think this weekend, sometime this weekend, they're going to do SN9. That's the ninth Starship test. Just interesting note, that vehicle that carries that rocket back to that facility was the same vehicle that when they took the shuttle and got it ready for what they call stacking, where they put the shuttle up on the with the tank and the boosters, that's the same vehicle. They just, SpaceX got it from NASA and retrofitted it. So everything is being reused out there from the shuttle program. They didn't throw nothing away.
Yeah.
Hey, your cruise ships are still parked over at Canaveral, bud.
Are they?
Disney's got at least one parked over there. I'm not sure about the other ones.
Didn't even really looked into attempting to book a cruise with the whole COVID thing going on. I don't know if later this year, if enough people would be willing to try to venture out. Hell, we don't know when Carnival's even going to start sailing again.
I heard that Disney was going to be doing test runs when they go back. So any of you people out there that want to go on a cruise, check out when they do the test runs. I don't know if they're going to be giving it at half price or if it's going to be one of those you try it out testing things. But I heard that Disney is going to be doing that eventually with theirs before they go out to check all the standards and everything to see if everything goes right. Have you heard anything about that?
I know that they were going to be trying to offer up some discounted cruises and limited number of people and whatnot, but I think they're going to be rather short as well, not very lengthy.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how it goes. I've never been out on a cruise before. I've been on the boats when they went out off of Premier Cruise Line off of Port Canaveral, like the gambling type thing, but I never did the full cruise like what you've done. But that's pretty much all I got, bud. So you have a good day, man. Thanks for talking.
You got it. Have a great day. Whatever job you're heading to here on a Thursday morning. All right. When will the great cruise shut down end? That's the question people have been asking in North America for months as they await the day when they can get back on the high seas. We have seen a few ships resume operations in Europe and other destinations around the world in recent months. Most of these vessels remain off limits to Americans, though. Now, meanwhile, cruising remains completely shut down for North America, despite efforts to restart operations by one small line. Going back in November, Sea Dream Yacht Club attempted to resume voyages with Caribbean sailings out of Barbados on it's a very small 112-passenger yacht. But to put it mildly, it ended with a COVID-19 outbreak and a quarantine for passengers. The first voyage, it didn't go well. Sea Dream has since canceled remaining sailings for the winter season. They don't have any sailings on their schedule until at least April. All the major cruise lines have canceled all sailings in North America through at least April and in some cases May. Princess, for instance, recently canceled all sailings through May the 15th, not just North America, but around the world. Then you got Royal Caribbean Celebrity Cruises that canceled all sailings in most parts of the world through the end of April. Some lines have gone even further, canceling some sailings into June or even July. In a few cases, on specific ships, Voyages have been canceled as far out as September. Carnival, for instance, has canceled sailings all the way into September on 3 of their 24 vessels. So they've got some of the varying cruise lines, and there's a number of them out there. But as I mentioned, Carnival has canceled departures on all 24 of their ships through the end of March. Departures on a few of its vessels have canceled much longer. 3 of them, the Carnival Paradise, the Valor, and the Carnival Magic, canceled through May the 31st, September the 11th, and September 24th, respectively. So, the Magic's not going to sail again till the end of September. They have canceled sailings on their Galveston, Texas-based Carnival Freedom through April 10, and the West Coast-based Carnival Miracle through September the 16th. And the list goes on, and they're who knows? There could be extensions of that. Disney's canceled all departures through the end of March at least. Disney Wonder and the Disney Dream are scheduled to resume sailings on April the 2nd. Disney's Fantasy and Disney's Magic are scheduled to return to service on April the 3rd. A handful of longer sailings in May, June, and July have also been canceled already. Well, how these cruise lines surviving? It's a lot of time without any income. Boy, oh boy, it's been a tough. The COVID killing the cruise lines. It's 844-3388. I wanted to flip over to the email here because it looks like we're going to have a guest in our final hour tomorrow night for our Friday morning show. Kyle's had a discussion with Brian Check. He is the founder of USMC Racing. Now, it was called USMC Racing until apparently the USMC said you can't use that name. It is now called Battle Scarred Motorsports, an awesome charity that's run by vets, providing what they call adrenaline therapy by putting military veterans and active duty as well as first responders behind the wheel of their race cars. So it's an awesome group. Hot Shot Secrets is a proud sponsor. Brian's going to call us tomorrow morning at the 4 a.m. hour. So we'll be kicking off our final hour of the show. So make plans to be here for that. But he'll tell us all about the charity, what they're doing and what they're all about and where you can maybe find them or see them. We'll learn about that. And I'll learn right along with you. About 19 past the hour. Again, it's 844-844-3388. Who's next up here? I think it's, is it Richie Rich on the line? Hello, Richie Rich.
Yes, sir. How's it going? I just want to give you a call and say welcome back and thank you, Hot Shot Secret, for bringing you back into the game here. We were lost without you for a while there. I just found out about you yesterday, and I'm so excited to hear you again. I'm a 30-year veteran out here on the road that misses you out here. That's the first thing. My wife, we've talked to you in the past on the other station, a little Filipino named Pila. But I know you don't recognize the name because we didn't call in that much, but we were avid listeners, and we are going to still be avid listeners and consumers of some of your products that we, going to back you on that.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much.
Let Hot Shot Secret know they've got a loyal customer now, So, and want to touch on one other thing. For drivers driving around the Kansas City area, they've got the new laser camera system up and going now. And that's the new handheld by the officer on the shoulder of the vehicle, by the side of the vehicle, with a laser camera that actually takes a short video of you and they take a video so they can see you if you're on the cell phone, your seatbelt, and a speeding ticket. And it's not processed on site. It's processed via Wi-Fi to their vehicle and then processed by another system somewhere else, and they send you tickets in the mail.
Mm-hmm.
So be aware, and if you're around the Kansas City area, they are avidly right now because of budget cuts, so they're trying to find extra money, enforcing that with the laser cam systems right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's a warning to all the drivers going around the Kansas City area. But anyway, I just wanted, main reason for calling is to say thank you, welcome back, and thank you, Hot Shot Secret.
Thank you, Richie Rich, for being with us. Help us spread the word, pass it along, share it with your friends, and let's make it grow.
I will try to get...
There you go. Thank you so much, Richie Rich. All right, what are we looking at? Just as many in this country feel that the lockdowns aren't really doing any good. The social distancing rules, all this stuff. Richie Allen has a show, and he's in the UK, actually. And Dr. Vernon Coleman wrote a piece for him about when the PCR test, as it's called, is useless for COVID-19, but it is useful, he says, for crooked governments. What's he mean by that? Well, he says the pointless lockdowns, the stupid social distancing rules, the absurd, dangerous insistence on wearing a mask, and the immensely dangerous experimental vaccine program are all being driven by the testing program. As the number of tests being done increases, so the number of people who appear to have COVID-19 also increases. But many of the individuals who are said to have COVID-19 do not have it. They are what is known as false positives. Tragically, the people who are testing positive are being forced to stay off work and isolate themselves, even though they're perfectly healthy. Hospitals are grotesquely understaffed because perfectly healthy doctors and nurses are being forced to stay at home because they've been falsely diagnosed as having COVID-19. Now, this is no secret, he says. Every informed doctor in the world knows that the PCR test being widely used for COVID-19 is worse than useless. In Portugal, the courts ruled that the test is so unreliable that it should not be used to force people to isolate or quarantine. The inventor of the test, Carrie Mullis, said the test was not intended to be diagnostic. Leaflets distributed with the test apparently say the test is not approved for diagnostic purposes. A positive PCR test does not mean that individual has any infection at all, let alone COVID-19. So, why, he asked, are governments still using the PCR test? It's because they actually want to increase the fear, induce more lockdowns, scare the public, destroy economies, and find more reasons to promote their dangerous social distancing, mask-wearing, pro-vaccination propaganda, as he calls it. Well, he believes this is the promotion of fear is part of Agenda 21. That's a campaign we talked about that many, many years ago, devised decades ago by bureaucrats and billionaires to control the world's population. I know it may sound kooky, but believe me, it's true. Everything that has happened was meant to happen, he says. But the PCR swabs, which are taken, need to be examined, but before they can be examined, they have to be amplified so that the virus particles can be seen. And that's where the dishonesty comes in. There's two problems. First, the PCR test is not specific for COVID-19, since it merely detects RNA, which can come from all sorts of sources. Secondly, in order to examine the RNA, the swab needs to be amplified by 25 to 30 times. If you amplify too much, The result is unreliable and unscientific because it picks up little bits of debris left from what may have been a cold or flu even in the past. Even the World Health Organization said the amplification should not be done more than 30 times. But governments everywhere are amplifying PCR swabs by as much as 40 times, meaning the results are utterly worthless because they're picking up old bits of virus. Anyone who has or has had any sort of cold or flu in the last year or two is going to be coming back as a positive. And that's what's happening in the UK. The NHS guidance uses a PCR cycle threshold of 40. That's why so many people seem to have COVID-19. Now, the doctor says this pandemic is a lie. Governments know, or should know, it's a lie. In the UK, the PCR test is being used to justify more lockdowns, more mask wearing, and more restrictions. But the test being done in the UK is utterly worthless. The restrictions, they are not right now and never were really even necessary. Now, I know there are those who are anti-vaxxers, those that had believed from the beginning that the whole COVID-19 thing was blown way out of proportions. Now, we've seen enough people get sick, and in some cases, very, very sick. As I said, I've got a relative who's been very, very sick in the past week. We know people that have thought they were going to die. It's not a fun thing to get. Some people, the symptoms are almost non-existent. Cue ball, as a matter of fact, when he called earlier, he had come down with it way back, months and months and months ago. Now, I think he said that he got somewhat sick. His son barely even got a runny nose. But it affects everyone so differently. So, I know it exists. I know it's real. I'm not saying everything is a complete bunk, but don't forget, did I even mention that later on today, of course, our friends at Hot Shot Secret do a weekly, like a 1-hour show at 1:30 in the afternoon. It's the Hot Shot Secret Live weekly show from their facilities there at the home base in Mount Gilead, Ohio. So coming up 1:30 this afternoon, you can watch or listen on the same places you're listening to me right now, the Hot Shot Secret Facebook or the Hot Shot Secret YouTube pages, exact same place. And they've asked me to come on and kind of be a guest for part of the program. They always talk about the products, some of the latest on what's going on with Hot Shot Secret. They always take questions from viewers and whatnot via the live stream. And they invited me to come on and to kind of join them since the show's officially up and running now. So you'll find me at some point in there later on this afternoon. Hope you'll join us for that. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, shall I say, be advised. Be advised. Indiana State Troopers focusing on semi-trucks this month as part of a Human Trafficking Awareness Month initiative. During the month of January, troopers, they tell us, have been monitoring and working with truck drivers at some way stations along I-69 and elsewhere in an attempt to catch traffickers, save their victims, and educate truck drivers on what to look for in order, so you know, to report it to authorities. Now, while Indiana is not exactly the what they call the human trafficking hub of the world, the 157 human trafficking cases reported in the state of Indiana in 2019 alone were 157 too many, according to the troopers, and contributes to the $150 billion per year criminal human trafficking industry around the world. Senior Trooper Joe Hartman says he's always looking for signs of human trafficking when observing a semi-truck. But this month, he and all state troopers have taken extra care to speak with truckers about what they should be looking for. I'm looking around the vehicle, and I know that they're coming from by their documentation or their bill of lading. It shows what they're hauling is coming from Texas, going to Ohio, let's say. And they don't have any luggage in the vehicle that shows a change of clothes, and it's a 5-day trip. And the other passengers are not making eye contact. It's important that we follow up and do our due diligence to conduct these traffic investigations in a manner that helps us identify the problem. So our guys are good at it, he says. They're good at it. They know what they're doing. They know what they're looking for. According to Trooper Brian Walker with the Indiana State Police Post out of Fort Wayne. Drivers passing through the area say that they're in support of the efforts, adding that they'll do what they can to help the cause and prevent this kind of activity. Several states, including Kansas and Alabama, Colorado, and Ohio, have already adopted mandatory human trafficking training for CDL holders. Still others are working to promote trafficking awareness and comprehensive training for truck drivers. Yeah, reporting suspicious activity. That's the top priority to me, he says. I know I wouldn't want to be treated that way, and I wouldn't want anybody else to treat somebody that way, according to one truck driver. That's Terry Bowser. Hardman lists a couple of red flags to look for When it comes to human trafficking cases, one, a truck in poor condition. Number two, multiple passengers in the truck. And number three, the truck driver does all the talking when you try to ask any questions. Now, truckers who do have evidence of human trafficking are urged to contact Truckers Against Trafficking. They work with law enforcement to get cases investigated. They've set up their own toll-free hotline around the country, which has had tips where they have indeed rescued individuals that were part of human trafficking, thanks to the trucking community. It's toll-free. It's 888-373-7888. There you go. Truckers Against Trafficking, a good organization out there trying to help out. Let's get back to our calls here. Next up, looks like, is it Dan? Good morning, Dan.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. I'm glad you're back up on the air. It's kind of amazing they got that studio up that quick.
Yes.
You know, it looks like it looks like a professional studio. I know some of these radio hosts do it from their homes now, and you know, they'll do a remote. But you actually, maybe this isn't your home, but
no, they built the studio. It started off with just plain old rafters and beams, and they got it done quick though.
Do they use it for anything else besides your show since it's in Cincinnati?
Nope, this is all we got going right now. Now I don't know if that's going to change in the future or not, and whatnot, but yeah, just me.
Well, before I make my comment, I was going to ask you. You mentioned about terrestrial radio.
Yes.
Well, is there any future to terrestrial radio anymore, Steve? I mean, I don't know. I mean, it seems to me that people either use an app on their phone for the station, or they go through your former employer, who I guess is the largest, right?
Yes.
That I guess you could mention they're the largest of that. But Sirius has got it, and other people. I mean, is there a future for terrestrial radio, like radio stations?
I mean, I guess they're going to be around, I suppose. I mean, just like when cable.
Well, I mean, are you going to, you said before. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, when cable television came into existence, they made it sound like that the day was going to come where, free broadcast television would no longer exist. And I thought, maybe that could happen. But, yeah, they're still around, and radio's going to be around. Obviously, they're competing for the same listeners, just like everything else. So the field gets more fractured and fractured and fractured, and finding advertising dollars becomes more and more difficult. But if we get on, like say a 50,000-watt FM station up in like north central Ohio or something, because that's one that we're looking at, then you'd have the stream coming. First of all, you'd be live to that particular audience, whatever reach they would have in, it's just like 8 different counties or whatever. But then you'd have the access where everyone else would be able to go to that particular, whatever the call letters are for that station, and more and more places where you can listen to the show at any given time. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah. So in other words, syndication.
Yeah,
you mentioned
that would be
in the early days when you got on the show.
Right.
Yeah. Is that something you could consider doing again? You know what I'm saying? Like syndicating, because I don't get up to that area. So I depend upon an app or YouTube, and like a station back in my home state of Missouri has got their own app. It's not a real big station, but they have their own app.
Correct.
And you can download their app and listen to them anywhere. And when you said until we get back on terrestrial radio, I didn't know what you meant. I didn't know I don't know if you're just going to be on, of course you got the midnight hour, but I mean, are how you're going to work that, how you would work that, I was thinking, why don't you just get your own app? You know, that's what I looked for after you left your other place of employment.
Yeah. Well, that's
eventually
exactly
he's
what they're
gonna
doing.
have an app.
They're in the process of that right now, Dan. They are working on developing our own Steve Summers Overnight Drive radio app. They are looking at getting, like I said, they're looking at some syndicated stations and what runs on most stations overnight. It's pretty much there's no one wants to advertise for what's
It's
out
unique.
there. So yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
no one wants to advertise, and you have a market like that. Well, I subscribe. So one last question about this before I make my comment. When by me subscribing and lots of other people subscribing, what does that do for you? You said that when you get to 1,000 subscriptions, does that enable you a different way to broadcast?
We've got the Steve Summers Overnight Drive YouTube page. You got to have 1,000 subscribers on that particular page for them to carry the live stream. Right now, all that they put up there is like later today. What's on right now will be there. The podcast per se. They won't run the live stream until they get 1,000 subscribers.
Well, that's what I'm listening to you right now is on YouTube.
But you're listening to it through the Hot Shot Secret the Hot Shot Secret YouTube page.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yep.
So, all right.
That's it.
Well, I subscribed, and I'm actually surprised there's not more subscriptions. I guess I could give family and friends who are sleeping at this hour of the night, like most normal people, to go ahead and subscribe if that would help.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, aren't understanding that if they're listening to the show now through the Hot Shot Secret YouTube page and they're clicking on subscribe there, they're not realizing you got to go to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive YouTube page, and that's where we need them to hit the subscribe if they want to be able to listen live on that particular page.
So that's the one I should go to. Because that's what I think I'm on. Steve, I'd almost for sure. I'm watching you.
Yeah.
When I'm going to say for me to watch you do this. Okay. Well, the other question the comment that I had was, I really think President Trump should stay in the Republican Party because, I had a lot of emotions to separate out after this election. And I figure out who I'm most upset with, and it burns me daily, are these turncoats, and that's making a mild comment. I can't make the other remarks what I consider them. Like, for instance, Mitch McConnell, who, if you realize, the last Republican president, he got his wife a cabinet job there, and he's got one here. So is that what he's PO'd about? And are people like the Bushes, George Bush at the inauguration? And I'm very regretful I voted for these people. I'll be honest with you, I'm regretful. And this is an opportunity for Republicans to purge the party because you're always said, take it with hold your nose and vote for him because we need another vote in the Senate or we need more votes in the House, more House members. Well, we don't have that. So now's a good time to get rid of him. And I really think that Bush went up to this guy Clyburn in South Carolina and thanked him for doing a backroom deal, something that little bum should probably know about, doing a backroom deal to put Joe Biden, who hadn't won a primary up until that time, at the head of the pack to take the nomination. And my point is, I really think the president has a very strong following among those 77 million voters, or 75 million. And I think he still controls the Republican Party. And they know, rarely would I agree with that crook Comey, but the Republican Party is Donald Trump. And he should work on getting rid of every turncoat, starting with those 10 in the House that voted for his impeachment.
Yeah.
And I noticed today on Breitbart that Liz Cheney has already got a
challenger.
Wyoming Republican Party has come out against her.
Yep.
Yeah, they got a challenger. They got a challenger, and he's a state senator. And my point is, I think the president would be much better to work at getting these 10 people out, and as a showing to solidify his leadership of this party, because if he tries to go third party, he's got so much. I mean, you do that because if the swamp gets you out, if the swamp would happen to put in Jeb or somebody like that, Kasich or somebody like that, well, then you go third party. And there may be a Democrat reelected, but we know there won't be a Republican elected. And that'll teach him a lesson. And I just feel, I would hope he would not do that. I mean, I'm like, kind of like, well, I don't know about you, but I don't agree with everything this president did.
Sure.
You understand what I'm
Absolutely.
saying? I don't.
Right.
I don't agree with. Well, the way he reached out, tried to reach out, and these appointments he made, and they turned out to be, as I call them, backstabbers, disloyal people that wouldn't have been in those jobs without him, or going out and campaigning for Mitch McConnell, who I think faced in 2018 a pretty sizable, credible threat.
Yes.
And Mitt Romney would not have made it without him. And why the president was allowed to be duped by these people, I mean, I don't understand. I mean, I don't disrespect them. Quite frankly, I kind of admire him for trying to work with the people. But anyway, I'm very much more loyal to this president because of what he's done. And again, we've got Field Marshal Bush and we've got the Cheneys, Liz Cheney. This started with her over the president's removal of the of wanting to remove the troops from Afghanistan, because that's her little daddy's war. Her little daddy never fought in any war, but he's willing to put other people like your son, like my daughter, in the wars. You understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So that's what she's mad at Trump about, and it comes back to her little daddy. And I don't care if the guy's had 3 hearts or whatever the hell else he's had. It doesn't make a difference. He was the actual president when that little drunk got elected. And I'm talking about George W. Bush, the most disloyal family. And as I said to you before, I just hope the president doesn't get some bad advice and say, well, yeah, let's go on with the third party. That's such a monumental undertaking. And you take the people that have been absolute stellars that are coming up in the Republican Party, like Jim Jordan, like Ted Cruz.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Rand Paul is really my choice if the president doesn't run in 2024.
Wow.
Rand Paul's been very loyal, and he's undoubtedly the most intelligent senator, and he was the most intelligent candidate, quite frankly, in 2016. And that was my choice, but he obviously couldn't get out the gate. But my point is, I would hope the president wouldn't do this, because the Republican Party belongs to him, and the Democrats know that's why they want to start off with some impeachment, and that's why Republicans do. I don't think they're going to get the 17 votes, because every one of those Republicans who would vote in the Senate to convict him, if they're up for election in 22, the ones who would vote for impeachment, if they're up for election in 22,
they're sealing their
done.
own fate. Yeah,
They're done.
They're guaranteeing that. Yeah, they're not going to get reelected. Well, Rand Paul actually spoke out about that yesterday. You mentioned Rand Paul, and he said, "I'm happy to see the peaceful transition of power, but if we're going to have Republicans go along with the Democrats in the Senate and try to vote for convicting Donald Trump in a impeachment trial. They're going to destroy the Republican Party as a whole. Let me tell you more of what he had to say. We'll get around to that here in just a moment. We'll get a quick reset, come back after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And we're back at it here. I think Oilfield Jake was hanging on there, and I think he lost connection. Dial us back up, Jake. We'll get right up to you. It's 844-3388. So while millions around the country and elsewhere around the world rejoiced as Joe Biden officially took over the White House, the excitement of the occasion apparently was not enough for one former president to keep his eyes open. Bill Clinton, of course, sitting next to Hillary, caught on camera pulling, looks like he was taking a little bit of a nap. Took an impromptu snooze during the inauguration speech. Yes, he did. Outgoing Vice President Mike Pence and former President George W., pictured in the front row. However, they seem fixated on the proceedings. But Bill's dozing antics, apparently, although they lasted only a few seconds, they say weren't missed by the people watching at home because social media was just abuzz with people reveling in his untimely nap. Former Trump Deputy Assistant Sebastian Gorka was quick to jump on the brief video clip sharing us still to his near 1 million followers. To which he said, Biden just started and Bill Clinton's already asleep. He got nearly 5,000 likes in no time. Many sympathized with the 74-year-old, though, and suggested, Biden's speech is boring. I'd be sleeping as well listening to him, said one. Well, yeah, it's Sleepy Joe. Later, footage shows Clinton with his eyes open, which suggested me have only been resting his eyes. But Clinton, not the only person to catch the attention of those watching on, with U.S. Senator Bernie Sanders, who has run twice for presidency. Got a hit online for his informal attire, wearing a brown hooded jacket and a large big wool mittens in the temperature. It was chilly. He was hailed on Twitter for managing to look like a common man, even at the most historic events. Oh, Bernie. Others said, well, he looks more like Grandpa at the post office. Somebody going out to shovel the driveway. An image of Bernie with his arms crossed, looking a little worse for the wear, quickly sparked a lot of memes online. So I'm looking at some of those. That's funny stuff. Bernie with his arms crossed and his big mittens on. Meanwhile, the other high-profile political figures also saw their choice of outfit choices, bringing on some discussion. Former First Ladies Michelle Obama and Hillary, together with Vice President Kamala Harris, all wore various shades of purple. Some speculated that choice was a nod to a mix of blue and red. They were looking to symbolize a call for unity. Harris often wore purple during her campaign for the presidency. All right, with that, it's 844-844-3388. What's happening with the Beaver Squeezer? Hey there.
Good morning, my friend.
Morning.
I don't mean to be nosy, but you invited me into your office. What is that on your desk? Right behind the computer. Is that command coins?
Oh, the coins. That is when my son joined the military. I had actually had some guests on my program and I got my first coin. They explained to me with military coins and whatnot. So yeah, I started into purchasing coins, and I've got coins that my son received while he served in Germany, and there's some pretty cool coins up there. He was in Vilsec, Germany, so there's a couple of Vilsec coins there. He gave me a coin that he won like in a poker tournament while he was over there. But when he went from like an EF3 or an E3 to an E4, I'd buy the different coins and all that. So yeah, he got the marksmanship coin. He's got the infantry coin. He was in the cavalry, and that's all my coins. And there's some law enforcement coins in there as well.
Well, I saw the badge. That looks like a Texas State Trooper badge, and I thought, well, those are, he does a trucking show, that those are, badges. I said, no, they can't be badges. They look like command coins.
Yeah.
And I was just curious, so I thought I'd give you a call and ask.
Yeah, I brought that. That had been. I brought it into the studio because I thought we needed something there on the corner, and that little character over there with the world in his hand. That was in my family pretty much all my life. That Grandpa called him the Thinker, but it was actually he was what the hell was his name? The Navigator. So that's why he's sitting there and he's looking at the world. The Navigator.
Oh, I got you. Also, one more thing. I've been married for 38 years, and she chased me all over the world through my Navy career, and then she was home waiting for me to come home during my trucking career. We have never been on a cruise. And I'm retired. I'm retired young. She still works. But earlier in the show, you were talking about cruises. Are there casinos on a cruise ship?
Yes, sir. Absolutely, there are. Yes.
Yeah, well, I do like to sit down at a blackjack table a little bit. If you can arrange a cruise, I believe my wife and I would like to join you for that.
Okay.
Okay. Well, listen, I've called you, 3 nights in a row. I'm going to get out of your hair, take your next caller, and I'm really enjoying your program.
Thank you so much, Beaver Squeezer. Good to hear from you. And yeah, I can tell you're paying attention to what's going on. You're looking there and say, what is that on that countertop there? They call them challenge coins. Challenge coins is what they are. And yes, on the front row of that, there are a whole bunch of Donald Trump challenge coins. The last year and a half, I always kept 1 or 2 Trump challenge coins in my pocket, and anytime I ran into to a Trump supporter or whatever, I'd hand him a Trump challenge coin, and I gave bunches and bunches of those things away. And I got a whole bunch of them left. I don't know if they'll ever be worth anything. It's kind of comical because they actually made Trump coins. They're authentic Kennedy $50, but they colorized them. And I've got one that's the January. It's on the coin. It's got a picture of Trump, and it's got January 2021. Yes, an inauguration day, Trump's second term. They also had colorized authentic $2 bills, and I got some of those. I got a bunch of the $2 bills over the years. Yeah, they've got bills of the U.S. Space Force. Got Donald and Melania when they were there at Mount Rushmore on the 4th of July, and all kinds of different. They're real $2 bills. Part of my collection. Maybe one of these days they'll be worth something, or maybe not. With that, we've got lines wide open. It's 844-3388. We wrap up another hour, but 1 to go. So, jump on board, dial us up, help me make it through the night, as the old song was. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, get to that final hour on a Thursday. And get more on our traveler's weather coming up here. Yeah, a little soggy in the southeast. The case has been this morning, but at least it's rain. And should remain that way. We talked earlier about a series of storms that may begin to bring some snow as we head toward the weekend and early next week. They're really watching the storm that kind of looks like it's going to have the setup where it's going to be one of those nasty freezing rain, sleet kind of scenarios, the icy stuff. And all it takes is that little glaze of ice to begin wreaking havoc out there on the highways and byways. Meanwhile, again this morning, room for you, plenty of lines available. It's 844-844-3388. Let me start with... we were talking with Dan there, wrapping up the previous hour about Rand Paul, that he likes Rand Paul. Well, Rand this past day said he's not excited by the transfer of power to Joe Biden, but he's glad for a peaceful transformation because that's important. However, he insisted if Senate Republicans and leaders go along with this impeachment and conviction after Trump's out of office, which he is now, it's going to be devastating to the Republican Party. I think it's a huge mistake, a hugely partisan exercise on the part of the Democrats, but for Republicans who go along with it, I think they'll destroy our party. Now, Trump, he added, isn't everything in the party, but he brought a lot of people to the party. It's a huge mistake for people to say, oh, well, we're just going to impeach him. And all these blue-collar workers that he brought to our party will stick around. Well, no. Quite a few of them will be unhappy with this. He also said he believes with Biden coming into office, the country reverses direction. We're going to go to about face from where we're being taken under Donald Trump. Moves are being taken to get the government out of the way of business. It's hard for me to believe, he says, anybody in the country would want that thing that Biden is proposing. If we raise the corporate income tax here in America, companies are going to go overseas. If you mandate that the wages are mandated at a minimum $15, not like everybody gets $15. The people who still have a job get $15. Many people will then become unemployed. He went on to slam James Comey, who said the Republican Party needs to be burned or changed. There needs to be a break between Trump's supporters and those who want to build a responsible conservative party, he said. Now, when we started taking advice from Comey, who ruined the FBI and used the enormous power of the government to go after Donald Trump, I think when we start taking his advice, we're taking the wrong advice. I don't plan to listen to anything from James Comey, which I agree with him on that. I think he should be in prison for the things he did. He also encouraged Americans to look at what's been accomplished over this past 4 years. The largest tax cut in a long, long time, the lowest unemployment in 50 years for every category that you look at. Men, women, black, white, brown. I mean, it was amazing accomplishments. And that was Donald Trump. Who's going to go along with the impeachment? Yeah, and Dan brought up the fact, I did see that Liz Cheney was one of those that some said that she needed to be ousted for going along with the Democrats to impeach. Well, she does have a challenger, and in 2 years, she may find herself looking for a new gig. Serves her right. Looking at 14 past the hour. So, moving on, before we get back to your calls, the Army wants to increase its presence in the Arctic region and create new units capable of operating there, according to the service's top officer this week. We are looking at establishing a multi-domain task force in the region, and we're looking to establish an Arctic-capable brigade, according to the Army Chief of Staff's General James McConville. A webinar being hosted by the Association of the U.S. Army, optimizing the employment of our forces and being able to demonstrate our capabilities through combined exercises and power projection are critical. To this end, the service is looking to transform an existing two-star headquarters into an operational headquarters. The Army recently completed its new Arctic strategy aimed at providing its forces with the capabilities necessary to compete and deter conflict in that region. Now, the document has not yet been publicly released. Army isn't the only U.S. military service focusing on the northern latitudes. Earlier this month, the Department of Navy released their strategic blueprint for operating in the Arctic. Last year, the Department of the Air Force unveiled their vision for how the Air Force and Space Force plan to organize, train, and equip to provide combatant commanders with capabilities to enable them to conduct operations there. The Defense Department released an overreaching Arctic strategy back in 2019, focused on enabling the military to defend the United States' interests in that region, which they deemed are critical to homeland security. All right. Well, they talk about melting sea ice that are opening up some shipping lanes and providing greater access to resources in the Arctic. Russia and China, which the Pentagon views as great power competitors, are beefing up their presence in the region. So Russia in particular has been enhancing their military infrastructure, including refurbished airfields, new military bases, and an actual network of air defense systems. We certainly have national interests up in the Arctic, according to the general. As the situation changes up there and there's more freedom of movement, we want to make sure that we are there to protect our interests. Not maybe the funnest place in the world to be deployed, right? Hey, if you had a choice, you want to you can deploy to Hawaii or you can deploy to the Arctic. Where do you want to go, sir? I know where I'd be selecting. It's 844-844-3388. Let's see here. Horse feathers?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
So you're saying you'd have your parka out and you'd be up there with your long johns up there in the Arctic? Is that where you said you'd be going?
I said, hell no. I'd be taking my my swimming trunks to Hawaii, brother.
Oh, geez, I figured you'd be packing your skis and your snowshoes and your parka and be going up there to watch the Northern Lights and see the stars and do all that stuff up there where you can do all that kind of thing. Now?
You know me better than that. I am not a winter. I'm not a winter person. You got it.
Yeah, I know. It gets down below 70 and you're like, hey, turn the heat up. So, but anyways, hey, now we were talking last night there, and of course what happened during the day yesterday with the Keystone XL pipeline has now been defunct because of an executive order. So what happens to all the people that have invested into that and all the infrastructure that's been constructed and everything that's gone on with that? Does anybody get does Biden and the Democrats, do they reimburse everybody for all their investment that they have into that so far? How does that work?
I'm thinking there's going to be some big time losers in that. That's the price of Joe Biden becoming president of the United States.
And then the next thing is does all this infrastructure that's been built, does that all have to be taken down and everything turned back to the way it was before construction began? I mean, are they going to have to, do reclamation and make everything back to the way it was before it all started?
I would assume it just becomes like an abandoned pipeline or something. It's a good question. I don't know what's going to happen. I know Canada is going to, I mean, they're still pushing. The Canadian Prime Minister was on with Biden. I guess it said Tuesday that his officials have been making their case with Joe Biden for a long disputed pipeline that over the last several days, including Tuesday, his officials have communicated in favor of the pipeline to be the highest levels of his administration. There's apparently some Canadian media outlets that said over the weekend that Biden was going to scrap. So as soon as they heard that, they said, what? Trudeau released a statement late Tuesday after speaking to the premier of the province of Alberta. The prime minister stated Canada has made the case for the project, including recently to President-elect Biden, and Ambassador Hillman and others in the government have also been speaking with high-level officials in the incoming administration. They want this thing to go. But I don't think Biden cares.
Yeah. So, but I was just wondering. So, do you have any idea how much construction has been done? How far along they've gotten? Or because I know normally when they start building pipelines, they don't just start like at the Canadian border and just go from there down south. They'll start the whole route, and they'll be stuff from if it was going down to New Orleans, right, or somewhere in Louisiana. They'll start construction at both ends and in the middle, and they'll have stuff going on the whole length of it, all at one time. And kind of like how they did the railroad across the country, how they connected the two sets of tracks with the golden spike. I mean, they spliced things together and just started everything kind of hopscotching all through, the whole length of the whole project.
Right.
So I'm just wondering how much of this project is completed at this point. I mean, with 3-4 years of actual being able to do construction. So, but I was just wondering if they did, and if this gets turned down, if they have to, turn it all back to the way it was before they did any construction, and take everything out that they put in, and of course, who's going to pay for all that? I mean, is that going to go to the taxpayers? The U.S. taxpayers to have to foot that bill? That's just a lot of stuff out there.
Several years ago, we had actually already completed the section that went from, I think it was from Cushing, Oklahoma, the big oil place there, down to the Gulf Coast. That was done. It was the segment from Cushing up into Alberta was the segment that's what they've been working on the last few years. But yeah, certain states have had lawsuits tying it up. So like you said, I guess they've been working on pieces in some states and delayed in others. And how much they had done, I'm not sure.
Yeah. So, but anyways, that was kind of one other thing that I thought of there. Was trying to remember earlier there, but with all the executive orders, who could keep up there, right?
Yes.
I guess there'll be another whirlwind here for today and tomorrow and the rest of the week, and who knows what else. But anyways, all right. Thanks for getting me back in there, Your Honor. I appreciate it, and we'll chat at you later.
All right. Thank you for checking in. Once again, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. It's I'm looking at the map, and when they had some of these lawsuits, I guess they wanted to bring it through, kind of coming out of, you start up in Alberta, then it cuts through the southwest corner of Saskatchewan, and then kind of cuts through northeastern Montana, then cuts from the northwest corner to the southeastern corner of South Dakota, down through eastern Nebraska, then through Kansas, right into, Cushing, Oklahoma. That's, like I said, the Cushing down to Houston, that was done several years ago. I think with some of the lawsuits and whatnot, they were looking at the alternative route of cutting through the southern portions of Saskatchewan over into Manitoba, then dropping almost due north to south through eastern North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, and then on down into Cushing. I'm not sure which piece. And, all right, so some of this is existing pipeline. The Keystone is, the dotted line is the one coming through Montana, South Dakota, Nebraska. That's the part that's being kind of held up. So, backwards we go. Meanwhile, let's get back to your calls here this morning, about 25 past the hour. And I'm not sure who's on the line. Somebody just calling to say, wish you luck and say hello. Who we got?
Hello, it's Frank from Nashville.
Hello, Frank.
I missed you when you was off the radio, and I just found you tonight when I went to go looking for you. And I'm glad to see you're back on air.
Yes, I'm glad to be here.
Well, I wish you all the luck, and when I be listening to you, try to have a good night.
All right. Hey, let me ask real quick. Did you just randomly find, like, via Facebook, or did you do a search for Steve Sommers to find the show, or how'd you come across us?
Steve Sommers Radio.
Okay. Yep. And okay, very good. Well, well, thank you so much for being a listener there, Frank. You got it. Thanks for calling in to say hi. Yeah, that's the way it's got to work. Those that have missed the program, just kind of looking, scouring. Yeah, I wonder if he's got a new gig yet. Where can I find Steve Sommers once again? Let me see. For some, they're making it like, yeah, this is a big to-do. Women breaking down barriers in various fields. Now, we know in the trucking industry for many, many years, and technically it still is a male-dominated occupation, but yeah, more and more women are coming in to the occupation. They've been making strides, thus the creation of the Women's Trucking Organization. And in the sports world, I guess officiating games in the NFL has been a male-dominated occupation forever and a day. So the announcement from the NFL yesterday, which they're saying was a pretty big deal. The 8-person officiating crew for the upcoming Super Bowl marks a historical achievement for a girl by the name of Sarah Thomas, 6 years after becoming the first full-time female official in NFL history. She is now set to become the first woman to actually officiate a Super Bowl, teaming up with 21-year veteran Carl Cheffers on this year's championship crew. According to the NFL's executive vice president of football operations, her elite performance and commitment to excellence has earned her the right to officiate the Super Bowl. Congratulations to Sarah on this well-deserved honor. Now, she made her postseason debut officiating the Chargers-Patriots divisional round game back in January of 2019. She's going to be paired with Cheffers, who's officiated like 17 playoff games in his career. And ultimately, it's like an 8-person crew, the officiating crew, but she got first female to be the number one, the numero uno official for the Super Bowl. So how about that? Tip of the hat. Congratulations. All right, we're going to get a quick break in here and return with more of your calls. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdoc.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So I was talking about the Arctic base from the email, Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Craig said they really should call the post Ice Station Zebra. Not a bad name, Ice Station Zebra. Maybe they're listening in. Santa Claus checks in. He said, Southern Command for me, please. I am actually currently on a short list for redeployment. I follow our troops. Santa Claus, Southern Command. And lastly, Deranger says, I do hope Always Movin' can find the show. I always liked hearing her medical opinion on things. Yeah, she's a local Ohio girl. And I'm trying to remember. I thought we were friends on Facebook. I'm pretty sure. And maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, there's so many people on Facebook, you can't keep track of them all. But yeah, and I'm not sure what her real name was, but Always Moving. She was always a great caller. Yeah, I hope she finds the show and dials us up. All right, who's next up here? Is it the Jolly Green Giant?
Yeah, I wanted to talk, well, before I get to my subject, I wanted to talk about, you were talking about cable. And I will tell you that our cable bill in Cincinnati was $200 a month, including internet. And so we get a Roku TV, and so I got Netflix on there. And then my wife and I found we were watching Netflix for. I called up the cable company and said, hey, I said, I think we're paying way too much for, and I said, we just need local channels. We don't need all these channels. Well, sir, we're not going to lower the bill. So after thinking about it for a while, I just said, I think I've had enough. The bill just kept going up and up and up. So we went into the cable company. I took all their equipment back. And I told them all I wanted was the internet. So those guys said, well, you'll be back. And I said,
right.
Sure we will. So here we are, just internet. And my wife was just talking to me last night before I left about how the internet bill is creeping up $5 here, $10 here, and so on. And I said, honey, we don't have a lot of options on the internet. There's only two companies in Cincinnati. I said, what are we supposed to do? You know? And to be honest with you, it's like what you were talking about. You were talking about radio. And to be honest with you, I think radio, especially the regular radio with the antennas, I think satellite is starting to creep in and kind of taking over in a lot of ways. Just my, you know, a lot of those our radio stations in Cincinnati are basically just for our area. Yeah, you can get them maybe 100 miles out. Then you were talking about FM. My favorite station, FM, besides WGRR in Cincinnati, is up here at Indianapolis, which is 93.1. So there's a couple. I listen to some other stations coming up this way, but since now that I can get you on the radio, I'm sorry to say this, but you got me full time. So from here on, so here I'm listening to you. I'm doing away with 93.1, which I was listening to the coast to coast, is what I was listening to. Then I found out that they were on iHeartRadio, and I said bye-bye. And I think you know why I said bye-bye, because that's what happened to you, because you were on iHeartRadio. Now, getting back to my subject, I wanted to talk. I like Ron Paul down here in Kentucky, but Mitch McConnell, I do know. And I think he's an absolute traitor. And I think if anybody should be impeached, it should be Mitch McConnell.
Yeah.
Now, and I'm going to say something you may not agree with in your audience. I personally believe that a problem. I don't think that the Democratic Party it seems like we swing back and forth in a lot of ways. And I was telling a friend of mine who used to be a Democrat, I don't see where either party's any better. And sometimes it just seems like they're just as bad. They're forgetting about one thing, why they're there. They're forgetting about the Bill of Rights. We, the people. And that's what they're forgetting about. It just seems like it's what's best for their party versus what's best for the people to put us up here. And that's what's got me upset more than anything else. And now the Republican Party, if you look at what Mitch McConnell's doing, I agree with what Ron Paul's saying. Okay? It could destroy the Republican Party.
Right.
And I don't like what the Democratic Party's doing. I agree. I voted for Trump, and I vote predominantly Republican Party because I am a conservative. Now, I don't know a lot about politics. I'm not like some of your previous callers are pretty smart and pretty intelligent about some of this stuff. I just drive truck for a living, but I do know one thing. My wife and I were talking about it. The gasoline prices are going to go sky high. Why? Because the Democratic Party, they're nothing but a bunch of tree huggers. And I agree that we should protect our environment.
Sure.
I'm not saying we shouldn't. But, Steve, I got to be honest with you. They're going to shut down the Keystone Project could shoot our oil prices sky high. And what about the diesel prices for a lot of our owner-operators and the companies that some of us company drivers work for? So they're not going to be able to give us raises. So this whole thing can be a bad situation, Steve. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, and when it comes to the prices of fuel and whatnot, think back, when the prices start going up, and I don't know if indeed they do, start jumping back up to the $3-4 a gallon around the country. Everyone else gets to pay as well, because that's when the trucking companies start implementing the fuel surcharges. Remember that, the fuel surcharge, you pay a few bucks extra on your trash collection bill. You pay extra for everything that's being delivered by truck because of the fuel surcharges. Everybody's going to pay more.
Oh, absolutely, man. I just want to tell you, man, I'll tell you what, I was talking on the phone a lot with friends that I work with. I'll be honest with you, you changing over to where you're at now, it's just been a miracle for me. So for the last 2 weeks, this has been a treat. And I just want to say thank you.
Hey, that's great.
Thank you to Hot Shot Secret, man.
Absolutely, yeah. Hey, well, great to have you with us.
Yeah, I just, like I said, I told you, Steve, I'm a long-time listener from the very beginning. So it's just, like I said there, I think you are going to do bigger and better things. You just wait and see. I can't wait for you to get on satellite radio. So you have a good night, Steve, and I'll talk to you here maybe in a day or so.
Thank you so much. All right. Have a great morning there, the Jolly Green Giant. Yeah, before we get back to some of the other calls, let me jump down, because I've had this on the screen for several hours, haven't touched on it, but yeah, this is this another, I guess I should say, in the form of a question, is this another cancel culture scenario? The CEO of MyPillow.com, Mike Lindell. Now, he has been an ardent supporter of Donald Trump. And following the election, Mike Lindell spoke out, believing, as millions of people do, that there was voter fraud that took place during that election. And, well, is it because of those statements that some retailers are no longer going to sell his products? That's what that's what he believes, and that's what many believe. Due to his claims of voter fraud and kind of going along with that narrative with the president, several retailers are going to stop selling his product. In his interview Monday night, Lindell said that he spoke with Bed Bath & Beyond and Kohl's representatives. Both of them say they will discontinue selling his pillows. Quote, just got off the phone not 5 minutes ago. Kohl's, all these different places. These guys don't understand. They were good partners. In fact, I told them, you guys can come back anytime you want. He also says Wayfair and HEB have severed ties with the company. Now, Kohl's say they made the decision to exit MyPillow brand. They spoke with USA Today, where they're saying there is a decreased customer demand for MyPillow. We're going to sell our current inventory, and we're not going to buy any additional inventory in that brand. Wayfair and HEB did not respond to request. MyPillow products were still listed on both the Bed Bath & Beyond and the Kohl's websites on Tuesday. Kohl's said the medium fill pillow and the travel pillow were listed as buy one, get one 50% off. Now, Bed Bath & Beyond said that they were working to improve their product assortment, and they're planning to launch more than 10 new owned brands this spring. They say, as previously announced, we've been rationalizing our assortment to discontinue a number of underperforming items and brands. This includes the MyPillow product line. Our decisions are data-driven, customer-inspired, and delivering growth is our key destination. So Tuesday night, the listing on Macy's website for the MyPillow Classic Medium Pillow Collection says, sorry, this item is out of stock and may not be available again. Now, there was a 1-star review on the item entitled Pillow for Seditious Traitors. Said it's a great pillow when dreaming about imposing martial law when your candidate lost. Okay, a chairman of the Los Angeles-based reputation management consultant said that top retailers won't want to have their brand feel the fallout from MyPillow bursting into flames across America through the CEO, that's Mike Lindell's war on American democracy. In other words, you're not allowed to support or side with Donald Trump. Large retailers will view Lindell and MyPillow as perpetuating the biggest scam in American political history. They'll cut and run from the brand, leaving it in the septic muck because of their CEO, he says. Again, Lindell, a staunch supporter of the president, Trump that was, continued to share his belief of voter fraud and the claims that Donald was actually the true winner of that election. Okay. So that's the name of the game. You can say what you want, and they're going to make statements like, well, no, this is about supply and demand, and if demand is down, is it really that, or is it truly you want the cancel culture? You were a supporter of Trump. You don't get a job. No, we're not going to sell your product, and those sort of things. Back to the calls. It says Chucky Curmudgeon. I'm curious, what would the name actually be?
Actually, it's Kentucky Curmudgeon.
Kentucky Curmudgeon. Well, what's happening this morning?
That is correct. Hello, Steve. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Good to hear from you.
And I'm just so glad you're back on the air. I've listened to you for, gosh, even when your dad was still on the air. And I just did a search and found that you're on YouTube. I've been watching your show all night. and I thought I would call in and say hi.
I'm glad you found us. Good deal.
Yeah. Yeah, I've listened to Horse Feathers and Bubbles and, I don't know, Monkey Gouger for years. Had a big time listening to those guys. And, you know, when November came around and they just arbitrarily pulled the plug, I was like, what in the world is going on?
Yeah.
And I found you tonight. As a matter of fact, I did a search because I know that Bubba Bo is doing a 1 hour deal, calling America's Trucking Network.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, where's Steve at? And found you. And here I am. And I did subscribe to your YouTube channel, not the Hot Shot Secret channel.
Okay, that's good. Thank you very much.
So it's great having a conversation with you, and have for years enjoyed your show, your dad's show, the whole business. And like I said, I just wanted to get in here. I figured, hey, this is a new thing. I was watching how many people were watching on YouTube. You know, it's hovering around 300, 400, somewhere in that neighborhood. And I thought, hey, I might have a shot to get in there tonight.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Here I am.
Yep, you got to start somewhere, and we're looking to grow those numbers.
Yeah.
Yep, that's the idea. So.
Yep. Well, Steve, hey, I'll let you go. Let you listen to some other callers, and hope that this transpires into something bigger than you were even. So.
Yeah, that's the hope, the anticipation. That's the plan. They're looking to take it. So if more people like you would do a little search, and they can share it with your friends, and people that are up late at night, third shift workers, whatever the case might be, share it. Santa Claus sent another message. Maybe the Hot Shot Secret can check into the TuneIn radio app. It's an app that virtually any radio station worldwide can be listened to. Tune in. Okay, I'm not real familiar with that one, but there's a lot of stuff out there that changes, modern technology, boy, oh boy, and I'm learning with each passing day as we do this kind of stuff. It's a whole new realm. Yeah, Big Moose.
Hey, bud, I'm just sitting here pushing this truck down the road, and I got to thinking, do you ever remember a time in history where the political scene has attacked individuals so personally as they've done this go around? They've made this. They've brought the political realm down to such a personal level. It's unbelievable. And he was talking like what they've done to you and Mike Lindell, and I mean just censoring people and trying to ruin their names just because they got a different opinion. And years ago, Jimmy Carter was a good man, but he was ignorant and ill-informed, misinformed, and he didn't end up doing a very good job. But, as I recall, I think all of us drunk a can or two of Billy beer. I mean, we didn't take it out on these people,
Right.
Didn't take it out on him, really.
Yeah.
We've lost that respect level, I think, and it's gone to a high school locker room mentality where, hey, you're either on the winning team or we're going to haze you out of here, and it's really sad, like right up through Bill Clinton, and all the mess that he stirred up, but you know what? I bought a couple of old Roger Clinton's records. I thought he did a pretty good job. I didn't begrudge him, because his brother was wanting to play, where he shouldn't be playing. And there's been a lot of times I've disagreed with the leaders in the political realm, but I never had no ill feelings toward them. But this go around, these people are talking about re-educating me.
Yes.
And that's a whole different animal. I don't need re-educated. Donald Trump And he was a loudmouth, and he done some things I didn't particularly care for, but he had the core of what me and a lot of other people, 70-some million as a matter of fact, obviously, was all about. And they hate him, and because they hate him, they hate what he believed in, and what he believed in is what I believe in. And they're hating me personally.
Yeah.
When it didn't get to the point where, oh, well, we're just glad he's gone now. Now we're going on. No, now he's gone. Now we have to re-educate the people that supported him. That's about as personal as you can get in my book.
Yeah.
And it's just like you can take a rabid dog on a chain, and every day you go out there and take a link out of his chain, and he may not notice that chain's getting shorter till one day he wakes up and his head's against the post, and that's where we're at. I mean, they've got us gagged right down to the post, and it's not good. It's not good. It's disheartening, and I feel sorry for the generations coming on because they're not being taught the facts of history. They're being told a false narrative, and they're being indoctrinated with this false narrative like it's the gospel truth, and it's not.
Yeah. Yeah, they're being taught how evil this country is. They're taught that America's bad. You've got some in high up positions. Who's the guy that said America was never great? And America never was great. It's like, what? It's the greatest country on earth. And that's what Donald Trump was all about. And that's why I was an ardent supporter of Donald Trump. He was about making America first. The workers in this country, you get the jobs, not people coming in from other countries illegally. Bring back jobs that have moved overseas because of bad trade deals and red tape and regulations. Bring it back to America. Yeah, we're gonna.
That's right.
We're doing an about face starting yesterday.
Oh yeah, it's bad, and I tell you what, like I said, I can see the writing on the wall, and it is not going to be good. And I feel sorry for this generation coming along now that'll never have the opportunity to walk down Main Street and be 100% absolutely unoppressed. And I'm not talking about the oppression that these millionaires and $100,000 a game ball players talk about. I'm talking about the oppression like, have you ever set foot in a coal camp? You ever been down to Westmoreland coal mines or the Bandelier mine country or the Smokeless coal camp? That's where oppression was in this country. And it's still that way in some places. But those aren't the ones that are screaming about it. The ones that are screaming about oppression are the ones that's never been oppressed. And I'm the one that needs re-educated.
Yeah.
It's heartbreaking is what it is. But one way or another, we're just going to have to toe the mark and toe the line and hang in there and see what happens. But it's going to be ugly, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Hey, one last question for you, Big Moose. Did Possum Breath get a hold of you yesterday? I did send him your phone number.
I haven't heard from that sapsucker. I don't know. He might not even know how to check that email. I'm surprised he even knew how to send one, to be honest.
Okay. Well, I did send him your number when we wrapped up yesterday morning. So.
All right. I appreciate that. He's one of them guys that if the phone ain't got a crank on the side of it, he don't even know how to get the number.
That's great. All right. Well, keep it between the spotted and the dotted. Is that the way you say it?
No, the spotted and the solid.
Oh, solid. All right, I'll get it right. Thank you, Big Moose. About 5 before the hour. We don't have a whole lot of time left. Let me quickly remind you once again, though, for our listening audience out there, you want to support Hot Shot Secret for getting this thing up and running. They give me a code, as we call it, a code that you can use to place an order. and get 10% off. Just use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout via hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, you can get an additional 10% off your order at hotshotsecret.com if you are active or retired military, first responders, CDL holders. Take advantage of that. Support our sponsorship there. Don't forget, tomorrow morning, special guest, 4 a.m., the founder of USMC Racing, Brian Check. It's now called Battle Scarred Motorsports. And he'll probably explain why they had to go through a name change. And coming up 1:30 this afternoon, here in a matter of hours, as a matter of fact, the Hot Shot Secret Live coming your way from their facilities, as they do each week, 1:30 in the afternoon Eastern time. And you can view that at the same exact place that you're catching this program at this hour. HotShotSecret.com on Facebook or YouTube, okay? And, of course, thank you so much for spending some time with us. Appreciate you being there and help spread the word. I like the fact when I hear from first-time callers, as we've had several of those this morning, people that just sat down and said, wonder what happened to Steve. In the last 2 hours, two different callers that said, I just happened to do a search, and I typed your name in, and lo and behold, there he is. He's back on the radio. All right. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret studio. We'll see you back tonight at the midnight hour right here. If we don't chat with you, maybe later on this afternoon at 1:30. Have a great day.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.